not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here.
You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like, this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like, that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that likes going.
That is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the kids.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Good morning, people. Is today going to be the day? Is today the day? I mean, I do know, however, what time it is.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Little Irish girl, thank you so much. What a wonderful day to be acquitted of murder. Free Karen Reed, justice for John O'Keefe. Yes, it is a beautiful day today. A little hot for my taste, man. Like this is the time of year that's not my favorite, even though it is for most people. I like when it's cold, man. Yeah, I like it when it's cold and sunny. Don't get me wrong. I'm not one of those, I love the rainy days. People like that get on my fucking nerves. Sorry if you're one of those people, but people like that get on my nerves, dude. I love the rainy days. I love when it's dark and gloomy outside. No, you don't. You like being a miserable fuck. Stop it. Who's a miserable fuck today? Me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually in a really good mood. I got like, here's the thing is yesterday, I don't know, man. Yesterday was really exhausting. There was a lot. I mean, I was live a lot yesterday, and normally I would never consider that to be exhausting, but it was exhausting in a good way. Like, because getting on Sean's stream and everything that was going on, like Sean had like the Lollapalooza of Karen Reed supporter channels of a stream. Like it was insane. Everyone showed up on there and it was great. It was a great thing to be a part of. So big shout out to Sean McDonough and Dylan and everybody who showed up on there. Melanie Little, Turtle Boy, everybody, man. It was wild. And then I was on Turtle Boy's stream last night. And that was really fun too. Like I always have a good time talking to Turtle Boy, man. It's always fun. It's always fun. So now today, I think what's going to happen is we're going to do a lot of waiting. And I'm going to have to, kind of fill time with, I have no idea what, because I never plan my streams almost like ever. So we're just going to kind of improvise, probably go over a lot of Twitters, a lot of tweets, probably go over somebody asked me, why don't you do plevinisms anymore? And I thought, you know what, maybe we'll do one last plevinism while we wait for this verdict. We'll just, I'll just troll Plevin now because fuck it. So yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We'll kind of just feel out the day and see where it naturally takes us. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think.
Bino from Ringsend, Ireland. So nervous and excited here from Ireland. Oh, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous, lad. Or lass, whatever you are. Don't be nervous. Thank you so much, Bino. I don't think there's anything to be nervous about. I don't think there's anything to be nervous about. And it was kind of like what I was saying in Turtle Boy's chat or in Turtle Boy's panel yesterday with him. The thing is shut up, Cherry. The thing is the only thing that makes me nervous about this is like it's not unreasonable to fear something happening that makes absolutely no sense, that makes us go, what? Because that has happened a couple of times at least throughout following this case. So like pretrial, like motions and motion hearings, and these things have happened. And so hopefully that's not a thing today. And so yeah, it's really great to have you guys here. And I'm really grateful to you guys for getting me over 34,000 subs as of yesterday. That is great. I hope you guys enjoy the channel moving forward, because we're not done here. I've said it many times. This free care and read movement is just it's just step one to getting justice for John O'Keefe, and getting justice for John O'Keefe is just another step. There's still justice for Sandra Birchmore to happen, but most of all, overall, the most important thing is to support the locals there in Norfolk County so that change takes place there, because these things that we're seeking justice for, these specific things that we're seeking justice for Karen, for John, for Sandra, for Justin, that's another one that we're going to talk about. All of these instances, this is all part of the same sickness. And the idea is to cure that sickness. And so we can't just look at these cases like they're the popular things to talk about. Fine, make them the popular things to talk about. That's how change happens. Great. But it's important to me that those of us who Justin Root, thank you. Those of us, we what we'll do is we just have to be we have to understand what it is that we're fighting for here. Because it would be much more productive to work towards prevention. This is so things like this don't happen again in Norfolk County to Karen Reed. Things like this don't happen again to somebody like John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer who's a good cop, a good person. Things like this don't happen to Sandra Birchmore or Justin Root, because there's clearly a power issue there where people think that they're immune to any type of consequence for their actions because they are powerful people who happen to know other powerful people, and one hand washes the other, and it's just a big orgy of corruption, and it's disgusting. So what's going to have to happen here is change needs to take place so that these things don't happen to anyone else. And think about what that can do. Think about what all of us being part of something like that and then achieving it, what kind of message that can send to the rest of the country. And on so many levels, because I see people with all kinds of different political views, where we're living in a country right now where politics have divided us. But my faith in humanity and my faith as a patriot is rejuvenated by seeing everything that's been happening in this case with as far as the support goes. Thank you, Amy in Boston Care. Reed will be freed today. I believe so too. This is if we can actually achieve this goal here, starting just in Norfolk County there, if we can actually achieve this goal and show the rest of the country the example that doesn't matter what political stance you take, if you are someone who with a good heart and genuinely believes in justice, it doesn't matter what whether you're blue, red, left, right. It just simply doesn't matter. Um, and and how fitting for these things, for this to take place in, Canton, Massachusetts, where Paul Revere rode through there to let everyone know that the dirty British limeys were coming, Cherry. I'm just kidding. Cherry's the only dirty British limey I know. But yeah, I mean, how fitting for where we talked about this. Turtle Boy and I talked about this briefly yesterday, how disgusting it was for Lally in his closing statements to quote John Adams. I took offense to that. As a patriot, I took offense to that. And thank you, Juan Izar, watching from South Africa. Karen Reed, not guilty. Free Karen Reed. South Africa. I can't do a South African accent. Brew. I could just say brew. That's it. Thank you so much. So yeah, I mean, for him to quote John Adams, and court's not on yet, just here. Hold on. I'll have it ready just for when it is. Or maybe it is. That is. I'll continue that because I think it's an important point.
All right, so counsel, I don't want the jury to have to wait for us for anything today. So you're to stay in the building until 10. I need you back here for the afternoon, no later than 3:30. And you'll be free to leave during the day as long as you can definitely be in here, in your seats, ready to go on 5 minutes notice. Okay? So we'll see you then.
All rise for the court, please.
I mean, yeah.
You are muted.
Yeah, like there's nothing to miss, folks. Like the jury's gonna deliberate right now, and now we wait. That's it. But yeah, I was talking about Adam Lally quoting John Adams. And it's pretty disgusting because John Adams was the heart and soul behind what the idea of justice and standard for justice in this country. He was the heart and soul of that idea. He's the father of this, of justice being blind and being fair, and allowing the truth to decide what is just. And for him to quote that, having done the opposite throughout this case, when, and it really sucks because, you have these defense attorneys and they're, the only bad rap they're going to get is being, sleazy game show host type, and that's always going to be this factor. And it must really suck for them, as much as it's great for them to get to actually defend an innocent person and take on a superpower like a local political system, because they're framing an innocent woman. I mean, that's insane. Saying it out loud makes me even, like, I kind of understand when people are dismissive and say that we're crazy when we say these things, because it's a crazy notion. The fact that that could even happen, and that could even happen in the whole at the home of John Adams, where he defended the British soldiers involved in the Boston Massacre. He didn't care that they were our enemy. He felt like this is America. This is the idea of what we're trying to do here. And it wasn't even America yet. But he was like, what we're trying to do here, the best thing to do here is to set an example. We have an opportunity here. These are soldiers who fight for a tyrannical king. And if we give them a fair trial and represent them to the best of our abilities, to the best knowledge of the law, then, this is an example that we're setting here for the rest of the country. And he got so much shit for it. Like, this is war. These are our enemy. These things don't apply. People didn't understand what he was trying to do. But it was such a more effective method. Rather than just shoot him and execute him dead, those would have been just numbers. More kills in a war. That's all that would have been. But how powerful was it? How long did it resonate to people who live here and take pride in our history, in this nation's history? How amazing to look back on that. Even now, right now, me doing it blows my mind, thinking that, almost 250 years later, this could have the impact and send the message that it did, and inspire so many attorneys who became educated on the law in order to uphold justice and not to do whatever the fuck Lolly is in it to do, whatever the fuck Michael Morrissey is in it to do. It's a beautiful thing. It's truly, truly beautiful. And those things like that, to stay to prioritize your ideals and your principles and dedication to truth and justice over superficial satisfaction of hurting someone that you don't like, or someone that you don't agree with, or someone that you consider an enemy. How much more powerful? Because we would have never remembered that. Nobody would have cared if we would have just shot and killed those men in the Boston Massacre. But what this decision of John Adams to say, we have an opportunity here. We have an opportunity here. This is an opportunity to have just one very solid brick for our foundation to lay for our foundation and build this beautiful country that we have in mind in succession from this tyrannical government that we're standing up to. It's beautiful. And being a part of that and believing in that makes me proud. Being a patriot for reasons like this makes me proud. So what good is it? What good is it for me to be this patriotic and then I dismiss facts and I dismiss the truth, and I just become hyper focused on slandering an innocent woman and labeling her a murderer, a cop killer, because I dislike someone on the internet, because I have a hatred for someone on the internet. What, I mean, how can people like this call themselves Americans? Because it's not like the information wasn't there. It's not like the information wasn't plain as day months before this trial even started. It's not like all of these facts weren't laid out for us to just simply review and come to the decision that this woman is innocent. And as an American, I believe that every person is innocent until you can prove them guilty. You have no right to point fingers at somebody about something unless you can absolutely back up your claims with data and proof. That is what this country is based on. That is what this justice system is based on. So how dare you call yourself a patriotic American if you pointed your fingers at this woman, assumed she was guilty before you even decided to even do any research whatsoever on this case? Let me go over a couple of wow. Sarah No H gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for that. Wow. Amazing. Susan B says, praying this madness is over. For Karen today. Thank you, Will. Love watching and listening. That means a lot. Thank you for being here. Seriously. And Abby Bruce says, TV's Turtle Boy's tweet scaring me. Do you think the McAlberts got to someone on the jury? I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible, but I'm not going to jump to these dramatic conclusions just yet. I'm just not going to do that. It's a little too early in the day for me to do. I think right now, it's just the waiting game, and we're just going to try to figure out a way to occupy our time while we let the jury. Because here's the thing: is I want the jury to also, I'm not in any rush. This could take all day. This could take all week. It absolutely could. There's a lot of information to go over in this case, and I would personally feel better and prefer that this jury, if they are the jury that I have faith that they are, I would assume and I would expect them to thoroughly look over everything before they made a decision. My thing is that I have absolute faith that when looking over these things thoroughly, you cannot draw any conclusion other than the prosecution failed to prove their case. And they have to find Karen Reed not guilty. Sarah, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Welcome. So my prediction Friday was that when he said Tuesdays would be closing arguments, I said my prediction would be Wednesday by lunch. Karen will be acquitted. Wednesday by lunch. And that's just being a little cocky, but it's just for fun. I don't expect that to happen. I'm just calling it because it's fun to call it. That's what I'd like to see. You know, it's like when you're watching you're watching your favorite football team play your rival that you hate. You know, you're calling it. You're getting cocky and you're going, dude, our team is amazing. This team sucks. And so I'm saying it's going to be a blowout. They're not even going to let them score. You know, realistically, is that going to happen? Maybe not. It could happen. But it's fun to say so, you know. But I don't have any real predictions as far as how long this is going to take, only because I'm not educated enough in the law to know this, and I don't, you know, I've never been on a jury. I don't really know. Oh man, I've got a bunch of pizza left over from yesterday that I'm probably going to eat. But dude, I haven't even been to the gym since I got back from Boston. And I need to really get back to that. I've been really lazy about it. Kakerstein, thank you for covering this well. We need more eyes on Massachusetts. Karen not guilty by lunch. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. No, it's not T&E pizza. I don't think cold pizza is the best. I'm actually not excited about it. I'm getting to a point where like I'm just I need to go back to the gym. But it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. I'm saying I totally I am with you on that. It's not an excuse. I'm not making excuses at all. I'm straight up saying I haven't been to the gym since I got back from Boston, and I feel like a piece of shit for it too, you know. And I've been eating terribly. So I am surprised that I'm not in a depressive funk right
We're back in session. You may be seated. Judge, we're back on the record on 22-117. I believe we have a question from the jury.
Yes, it's simply, good morning. The jury is kindly requesting to conclude deliberations in time to board the bus at 4 p.m. A juror has a long existing scheduling conflict.
Wow.
So I'm just going to simply say yes and send it back.
Yes. No objection. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So by 4 o'clock, they just want they want to be done for the day. That's cool. I don't see any problem with that whatsoever.
All right, can we mark this, please?
Dude, that doesn't mean anything. Y'all are freaking out. Stop.
Thank you.
Like,
Do you want the envelope?
they could be done by lunch still. They're just saying we want to make sure that we're out of here by 4 because I got a life and I got shit to do. And the jury has the right
All
to
right,
do that.
thank you. We will send it back in with you, Officer Delano. Thank you. All right,
Yeah.
all set?
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. It's a just in case, guys. That's all it is. It's a just in case. You know, just in case they're still there at 4 o'clock. They want to be able to get the fuck out of there and then continue tomorrow morning. No big deal. Again, I'm not going to look at them taking longer than I hoped as a bad thing because again, I also like to feel reassured that they were thorough, and they came to this decision by being absolutely 100% logical, you know, and having sound discussions over every piece of evidence or so-called evidence. And I would imagine, in theory, if I were a foreman, right? Thank you so much, Cumulus Cloud. Welcome to Logic. I appreciate you. Grant Pants, thank you so much. How about some deity pizza reviews? Yeah, we'll do that too. Absolutely. So if I were, in theory, right, I've never even been on a jury, but I'm saying in theory, let's say if I were a foreman of the jury, I would come up with a game plan. I would apply my management experience, and I would say, you know what, okay, we need to come up with a game plan, right? Chantal Caesar, thank you so much. Please reinstate my dude. I looked for it. I did. I don't know why. Sometimes if you go searching for hidden people, and I have a huge hidden list. But I went over like with a fine tooth comb this morning. I took the time and I could not find your name in there. I'll try again. Maybe it just hasn't processed and showed up. I don't know how that works, but there's other people that I've never been able to find. I don't know why YouTube is like that. So it might be that there's nothing I can do about it, but you have my word that I will try. And I do. I absolutely assure you that this morning I tried. I could show you the text thread between Cherry and I because we were trying to resolve this issue. And Scott and Team Brittany, they discussed it in the chat before the live stream even started. And it was Scott accidentally, he thought you were spamming. Scott was just doing what he does as a good mod, and a mistake was made. And I do apologize on behalf of my moderators. And I stand by my moderators' decisions. They just, it was a very understandable mistake. Jace Esquire, thank you so much. I watched the Canton Select Board meeting last night. You should play that for the group starting at 1 hour and 12 minutes. Right. Yeah, I planned on that too. Thank you so much, Jace. So yeah, it's not a big deal, Team Brittany. It's not a big deal, I get how you looked at it. Someone was spamming. It seemed like someone was spamming. Let's just to avoid this mistake in the future, or try to avoid it, let's give a warning before we hide someone for that. Let's just say, hey, stop spamming the chat, please. And then give them a chance to correct the issue if it's a mistake. And then but perfectly understandable. It happens. So right. So if I were in theory a foreman, I feel like I would apply my management experience. And before you start a shift as a manager in any business, you have a game plan. You have a plan so that you can execute the best possible result in a prompt time. And what I would do in theory is go over every single piece of evidence with every juror and discuss if we all unanimously feel as though this was proven, and whether it's reliable and whether it's sound, whether it is or not proof of Karen Reed's guilt. And I feel as if this intelligent group of people were to do this, and they're able to discuss these things in a civil manner, we'll reach a verdict fairly quickly, and it'll be a good decision. B May, please also play the first 15 minutes of public comments at Canton Select. It's all related. Yes. I'm gonna go over all that stuff. Absolutely, guys. I mean, we've got time, folks. We've got time. And I will look at Aiden's tweets as well. Yes. And thank you. Betty Rubble says George Orwell, 1984, published in 1949. Water isn't wet. The left is right. Right is left. The economy isn't really all that bad. Gaslighting a whole society. We are there. We must push back. I agree. I completely agree. I mean, that's what's happening. It's insane. You know, like it's absolutely what's going on right now. And then you're gaslit to be an intolerant person. Dude, I got, it was crazy. So this dude posts on Twitter. Now, this is a little off of subject here. This definitely requires.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Julie from Oz, thank you so much. Wow, very generous. Thank you. Love your coverage, Will. Your integrity, honesty, and humor have made this case so much easier to watch. Can't wait for the not guilty verdict. Me either. And thank you so much. So yeah, you're probably better off if you don't have Twitter. And I'll explain an example. So and me, I see something and I'm just like, okay, I gotta be. So this guy posts a picture of a bumper sticker with the caption "Perfection," and the bumper sticker said something to the effect of, "Trans people don't affect your life in any negative way. Shut up, you pussy bitch," or something like that. And I was like, well, that's not necessarily true. You know, like, does someone being trans, just being trans, affect me negatively? Not in the slightest bit. Whatever you choose, and if you, whatever you want to be called, whatever your pronoun is, you just let me know, and I am happy to refer to you as that, because you have a right to be called whatever you want. That's why you can legally change your name. There's no problem with that, and I have no problem with that. And if you believe that you are a woman and you feel like a woman inside, then absolutely, I am happy to refer to you as a woman. But you cannot make me think something. You cannot make me think something. You cannot make laws that are going to make me think something. And truth be told, you can't make laws that are going to make me say anything either. But I'm doing this. I say this because I feel this is within my personal principles, is if you feel that you are whatever you are, I will refer to you as that. You have that right. And I am perfectly happy to make your stay in the environment that I share with you as comfortable as possible. I have no reason for you not to feel absolutely and totally comfortable, because I love you as a human being. It doesn't matter who you are. I do. That's me. So I'm perfectly okay with that. But my argument was it's flawed, right? It's a little flawed, because what about the athlete, right? What about the athlete that's trying to, the trans athlete that's trying to dominate a woman's sport? You know what I mean? How does that absolutely affects the women in that sport in a negative way? Because it's like, wait a minute, because you can't, the one thing that you can't deny is the science. you can't deny the science that men are generally genetically built to be physically stronger. Right? That's not every man and it's not every woman. I'm saying generally, genetically, that's how we are built and created. It's how it works. So I'm like, that's for a woman who's worked her whole life to be in that sport, and then somebody decides, hey, I feel more comfortable in pigtails and a dress, I should be able to go and dominate that sport. I should be able to swim against them, even though I have a much longer reach and I have a stronger back. I produce more testosterone naturally. That's not okay. That definitely affects that woman in a negative way. That's all I pointed out. And I got attacked and got called a transphobe by a shit ton of fucking liberals. And that's fine. I mean, you know what I mean? Liberals, because if you're a liberal, I'm not saying I have a problem with you being liberal. I'm saying that I am a liberal in the truest sense of the word. Because exactly as that statement was pointed out, that quote from 1984, where left is right, I'm a liberal in the truest sense of the word. I don't give a fuck what anyone puts in their mouth. I don't give a fuck what they choose to do to memorialize and solidify their romantic relationship or otherwise. They want to get married. I have no problem with that. I would enjoy that wedding as much as I would enjoy any other wedding. Two people love each other. They're unifying under the eyes of God. I'm perfectly cool with that. I have no problem with that. I have no fear of this. And I have no fear of even trans women taking over at some point women's swimming or women's basketball or, God forbid, MMA. Because that's one thing that makes me feel very uncomfortable. If you watch a fight between a trans woman and a female MMA fighter, it's uncomfortable because it's clearly an unfair match. And it's a man beating up on a woman physically. Now, one could argue, well, no, it's a woman beating up on a woman. Okay, fine. That person wants me to refer to them as a woman. I'm going to say fine. But I'm also saying that you have an unfair physical advantage over that woman and you shouldn't be beating on her. Period. That's all I'm saying. And I got attacked. I got fucking attacked. I had to block somebody because nothing made me more mad than being called a transphobe because I felt this way. And I see this happen all the time. As soon as you say something that someone doesn't agree with and you prove them wrong, they have to attack you. And they have to say, no, you're this and you're that. And it was wild how it was happening. It was just absolutely wild. Oh, of course. I'm not even going to touch that. Hold on. Let's see what Turtle Boy tweeted here. Juror 12 looks like she just finished crying and is still sniffling and breathing heavily. After Juror 3, she looked like the most likely not guilty vote. Yesterday, she was randomly chosen as an alternate. She was heavily invested throughout the trial, sitting on every word. She rolled her eyes in disgust during the Proctor testimony. She looked genuinely shook up that she will not be able to decide Karen Reed's fate. Huh. And then there was just a huge blow up between Alan Jackson and clerk Jim McDermott over whether or not something was on the record. McDermott stormed out of the courtroom. Karen Reed said something to him as well. Not sure what the hell is going on here, but clearly shenanigans are afoot. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I reposted some stuff here. Yeah, man. I mean, this just says it all. Exactly. Mr. John Adams right there. um I love this. These cops standing around with fucking phones up their asses, butt dialing everybody. Oops, did you mean to call me? Oops, did you mean to call me? Oops, did you mean to call me? Oops, oops, oops. Love this shit. And then yeah. Let's go over this first. So this is from the select board meeting last night. Now Turtle Boy showed up to this. Turtle Boy hasn't been to a select board meeting in a long time. And this is interesting because shit got out of hand. Shit got straight out of hand. I mean, you got to understand, like Sunday, Chris Albert behaved the way that he did. We went over this, and Chris Albert behaved the way that he did. And it was really disgusting. He's a selectman, and here he is sitting on the select board at a select board meeting, acting like Mr. Proper and clean cut. When we saw him Sunday threaten Turtle Boy, we saw his employee and one of his family members assault Turtle Boy. I mean, this was just absolutely disgusting behavior. So the people of Canton are outraged over this. The people are like, dude, something has to be done. And they want to be able to speak on it. And then what they tell them is that they're not allowing the public to speak. Normally, they each get about 3 minutes to stand up there and speak their mind, and express their thoughts as concerned citizens. And these people of Canton are very involved. These people want change there. Like, it's funny because some of you, and that's fine, but some of you are just now hearing about this case. There's a lot of buzz and a lot of hype about this case, and you said, hey, what's going on here? You know, that's about to happen again when we've got what do you call it? When we've got I think there's a CNN now is covering it. So now it's getting like national news, right? Now it's getting national news. Now there's people coming from all over the country to stand out and support in front of the courthouse, which is fantastic, right? But what I'm saying is that long before any of this happened, these people were showing up to these select board meetings demanding change. This is why it's important that you guys are taking and giving your attention to this. Giving your attention to this. This is why it's important. This is why it's important that those of you who are now becoming concerned and saying, wait a minute, there's an innocent woman who's being accused of murder. It goes much deeper than that, I assure you, and it is connected. Karen Reed is merely a symptom. She is merely an example of she is one pock on someone with smallpox. And that town is infected. So, and these people have been standing up and it's been going nowhere. The same people stay in power. No change takes place. But if the entire country sees the state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, as a sister, as a sibling, if the rest of the country says, hey, wait a minute, we don't like what's happening over there to our sister. And even if you know, you could even look at Massachusetts as a mother figure, considering all of the history there when it comes to our country. So this is what needs to happen. This is why people taking interest in this from all over the country is so important, because these poor people are not getting anywhere. And I don't mean poor financially. I'm saying these people are not getting anywhere, but they've been fighting relentlessly. They've been standing up and fighting this entire time. It's not new. What we're seeing here at the select board meeting, it's not new. They've been doing this. It hasn't, I can't remember the last time it was this heated, but they've been standing up there every time there's a select board meeting and speaking their minds and protesting their local police department and the changes that need to be made.
You need to tell me that roll call vote. Settle down. I'm going to ask you to leave. Roll call vote. Settle down. I'm going to ask you to leave. It's just a simple statement. Are you serious? You mean to tell me you're going to make this decision without hearing from the residents of this community? No, I am not. In fact, I told you the exact opposite of that. Because you're racist. You're racist person. Calm down. Please make a motion. I'm not going to calm down when I have a chief that called me a nigger and said I'm going to be shot in the head. All right, Mr. Delgado, you're being disrespectful.
Okay, so apparently somebody on that select board called this gentleman, this resident of Canton, the N-word, and he was waiting patiently to address it. And then they just pulled the rug out from under them and denied them the opportunity and the right to speak their minds. These are voters. Now, this is the problem here, because in a democracy, what takes precedence over anything else, as far as people's voices being important, the people who are over here on the left, right here, this lady right here in the green shirt, these folks right here in the green, their voices matter more than the people sitting in suits on the right hand of the screen. Because they're the people, and they're the ones who pay taxes, and they're the ones who vote those people sitting in those seats. They vote them into those seats. But they don't see it that way. So these people have, at the very least, the right to be heard at these meetings. And they're denied this.
disrespectful. This
No,
is-
you being disrespectful. You are being disrespectful to me. You are being disrespectful to me. I'm not a nigga.
Oh my God.
Now these people are understandably angry. No one is threatening. No one is being physical in any way, shape, or form. And now you've got a cop who's basically acting in the capacity of a stormtrooper and enforcing this man's right to speak his mind and address a problem. He is impeding on his rights. He is enforcing his rights being trampled on.
I'm not a nigga.
I am not calling that.
You know what I mean? But John Connolly, referee, Chief Nicholson, is for me. Sheriff Police is the witness. You are a racist SOB with John Connolly. I'm not a nigga. Not a nigga.
All those in favor say aye. Abstaining? The vote passes 3-1-1.
Point of order. Why can't the town vote?
3-1-1.
We're paying taxes. We can't vote. The taxpayers would like roll call vote. The taxpayers would like a roll call vote.
So Mr. Colley and myself and Mr. McCord voted in favor.
Why can't you have a roll call vote?
It's not necessary.
You do for other items. Why can't you have a roll call vote for this critically important public safety decision?
So the vote was made in a public meeting. It is public who voted.
Why can't we
Public
do a
who
roll call
abstained.
vote?
I don't see the point.
I don't like the point.
The roll call vote is not necessary.
The taxpayers who pay for it would like you to put your name to your shameful vote.
All right, I did. Thank you.
Next on the agenda, I consider the approval of the
Yeah, Robert Chambers, you're fine to express your opinion in here, but I'm fine to express mine, and I think that you're a cunt, just for the record. I just wanted to let you know that. Oh my God.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super.
Patricia Ryder, thank you so much. Free care and read enough today. Enough of this bullshit. I agree. That would be nice. Yeah, I use the C word a lot here, as I like to call it, the cunt word. So yeah, just for the record, if you're new here, and that triggers you in some way, then be warned.
no public comment on this at all. Shame on all. Shame on you. You want to be a part of it? Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. All for you. Shame on you. This service is going on. This over here. You get rid of this guy. This would all end. Shame on all of you.
Please. Please, guys, this does not look good for you.
You're not leaders.
See, and that's Rita Lombardi. Rita ran for select board because she knows that the most important and the most effective way to make change there is to do so from within. She didn't win, but I think that this movement is going to do a lot. Karen Reed being exonerated and the amount of support that has taken place. Once word gets around about Rita and how effective she has been for that community, I think she's going to have a better chance of winning next time she runs. I believe that personally. But Rita has been incredibly patient, incredibly effective, and setting a fantastic example for the people of Canton and anybody who's watching this. She is she's one part of the heart and soul that is the supporters outside of that courthouse. And people follow her example. People see her as a leader and they follow her example. And her example is that of being fun loving and peaceful, and there being a sense of community. Hold on a second here.
22117.
All right, so why are we out here?
Your Honor, I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday, the amendments that the court indicated it would make them.
Oh, no. Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
What you said before you were tired and you needed to think about it was you agreed that there needs to be not guilty options for the subordinate charges under count 2.
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question then. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Two different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge.
Yeah.
It's not appropriate.
Get her, Jackson.
For a superior charge.
I love it.
They have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Wow.
Answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty.
Asking
and on
for
the top, you're
a
left
small
with
detail.
not guilty. Okay.
He's
So
asking.
it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4.
Can we inform the
verdict
jury of
slip
this?
reads not guilty.
Can we let the jury know?
That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, and apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Wow.
I disagree
Wow.
with you. Mr. Yannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't really.
Have you had no lesser included?
Get her, Yannetti.
Lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option for the
Okay. I disagree with you. All
I
right.
don't see the
Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right,
Wow.
we're done.
You're going to take this out on Karen Reed? Wow, dude. There's some tension in there, dude. What the fuck is going on? That sucks, dude. Yo, I mean, I think it's pretty fair to say that Judge Beverly Cannoni is a fucking asshole. Yeah. I don't know if I was clear when I just said that. Let me try that again. I think it's fair to say that Judge Beverly Cannoni is a fucking asshole. What is that shit? What is that shit? I mean, it's an easy fix. Just add a box that says not guilty. Just add a box. You know, why are you grandstanding on something like this? Because what it shows is that you're feeling some type of way, Bev. That's what it looks like to everyone, is that you're feeling some type of way. And the fact that because Karen Reed laughed at the absurdity of your behavior, you had to get pissed and take it out on her. I mean, and Jackson straight up, I mean, he just shy of accused Judge Beverly Cannoni of putting a fix in. He just shy of accused her of it. It was pretty wild. Like, it was like, it's almost like the court is directing the jury towards a guilty verdict on that charge. Wow. Jesus.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we.
Jay McCarthy, thank you. With that argument, now I'm wondering if that's why the jury is struggling to come to a verdict. They're not struggling to come to a verdict. It's been no time yet. But thank you, Jay McCarthy. But no, they're not struggling to come to a verdict yet. That's way too early to draw that conclusion. Am I tripping, or I could have sworn? There we go. Okay. Ginger Freckles, thank you. She's supposed to be fair and impartial. She's absolutely supposed to be fair and impartial. And this, her argument was, this is the way it's done in Massachusetts. Fuck does that mean? I don't give a fuck. I love that Jackson's answer was the most natural answer of all time. I don't give a fuck what's done in Massachusetts. It's not right. It's shitty. It's fucking wrong. It needs to be corrected. It needs to be fixed. Give a fuck what's done here in Massachusetts. That's not what I'm here to argue. I'm telling you that that's bullshit. How the fuck does the jury not have an option on this particular charge to check not guilty? What kind of shit is that? And how, I mean, again, it's an easy fix. Just add the box. I disagree. Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else to say, Mr. Jackson? Yeah. I'd like a response from the court. Oh, man. That shit was infuriating, dude. What? I mean, I don't think it's terrifying. I'm gonna have a little faith here. Nay, thank you so much. Member for 3 months. Bustard Bev is a cunt. Hi from Oz. Right on. Appreciate you. Little Irish girl, she's supposed to not be a cunt. Agreed. Bart Starley. No, Bev, this is apparently the way it's done in corrupt Norfolk County, not Massachusetts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I love how she tried to drag, right, Mr. Yannetti? And Yannetti got up and was like,
boy, cunt.
Yeah, he was like, no, that's not how, no. Like, I've never seen this shit before. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like she's gonna split Yannetti and Jackson's fucking powerhouse team. Is something funny, Miss Reed? Yeah. It's astounding how much of a fucking twat you're being right now. It's astounding. Like, of course. Like, I mean, and what's really funny is the people who think Karen Reed is guilty hate that about her. I actually love that shit. I love that shit about her. That she's just like not scared. She knows that this is all bullshit. And she just refuses. Like, she has this thing inside her that I think many of us have. I know I have it, where I can't. Like, something will happen and I will be like, no. This inside me that makes me will cannot sit here and kiss your ass through this process. I can't do it. Like, I refuse to kiss your ass through this process, because this process is absolute bullshit. Me having to go through this is bullshit. I'm not going to play the game, and I'm not going to sit here and smooch up to you. I'm just not going to do that. And I love that about Karen Reed. She's allowing the truth to be enough. The truth is going to be enough to get justice. I am not going to sit here and fucking kiss your ass when I know that the truth is going to be enough. Mark S., thank you. In a world of twat waffles, Bev is definitely not French toast. Exactly. Thank you so much. Wow. Jesus Christ, this is crazy. Yeah, and as I was saying, you know, Rita, it's still she's standing up, and they don't even have the mic on, and she's saying, you know, please, this is not a good look for you. The fact that you're cutting everyone's, you're trampling all over their right to speak here is a bad look. Guys who are new to this channel, who are new to this case, I hope you're seeing what the problem here is. I hope you're getting a grasp, more or less, as to what the issues are. The root of the problem is corruption here. Now that you're seeing this, I would challenge that you guys cannot argue against those of us who are saying words like corruption and conspiracy. It's not so hard to believe now, is it? It's not so hard to believe when you're seeing what's taking place at these select board meetings in Canton. It's not so hard to believe when you see footage of the selectman and his family behaving the way that they did towards Turtle Boy on Sunday and his girlfriend. It's not so hard to believe now, is it? When you see the judge behave the way that she just did in this case. And it wouldn't be so hard to believe, I promise you, if you had seen the way Judge Bev did in the pretrial motion hearings. That I promise you. If you go back and watch them, because they're available, you can. And here, for those of you who are taking a very strong interest in this case, and you're just now hearing about it because of all of the publicity, here you've seen Sleuthy Goosey in blue in the chat. She made this spreadsheet a long time ago that was instrumental in bringing awareness to this case, putting it in a spreadsheet so that we could easily access to it. It's organized, and I went over it many times here on this channel over the last many months. Thank you, Koozie Farm. So she's going to get found guilty on manslaughter because there's not a no guilty option. The fuck is this corrupt shit? Right. At least they're trying to fix that. Why not just at least tell the jury this? Rescue Puppy, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Thank you. So now that you're hearing words like corruption and conspiracy, they're not so hard to believe now. We don't seem so paranoid now, do we?
Next on the agenda, and you wonder why the whole goddamn world is watching this circus unfold right before our eyes.
He just said, and you wonder why the whole goddamn world is watching this circus unfold before their eyes, and it's because of you. And he pointed right at Chris Albert. Because of you. And that's a fact. People are like, oh my God, a conspiracy that's so far-fetched. Not when you think of the people who were involved in this conspiracy. Chris Albert, who's sitting right there on that select board. Chris Albert, who killed a man back in 1994. Chris Albert, whose lawyer who represented him is the brother of Judge Beverly Canoni. Yeah. For those of you who didn't know that. So it's not so hard to believe, is it? I mean,
I understand you're upset, but it's time to go. Next on the agenda, consider the approval.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Bodine, for gifting 5 memberships. Congrats to Elizabeth S., What the Fox, Mindy Lotz, Mark S., Gabriela Matucci. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah. Now, the defense found out about this early on, long before the trial started, and they did file a motion. They did file a motion for Judge Beverly Canoni to recuse herself based on this clear conflict of interest. But she refused, of course. She denied the motion. So, Sarah D., thank you for becoming a YouTube member. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yourself, no one cares.
Now, big shout out to Mazza Media. Mazza Media was at that select meeting and got that footage. Jennifer Kesson, thank you so much. Is something funny, Miss Reed? That is her life they are messing with. Makes me sick. Agreed. I think she's earned the right to fucking throw a sarcastic giggle from time to time. Oh, I'll check that out. That's good. Yeah, I want to give you guys a little bit more insight on Rita, thanks to oh, okay. Someone just sent me this. I mean, it's an easy fix. I love my viewers, man, because somebody just sent me this on Twitter randomly. There it is. It's an easy fix, folks. I mean, there's the not guilty box. Just add it. It's easy. Why couldn't Beverly Canoni just do that? Why did she have to be so combative about it? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Okay, there's more stuff here. Let me just go over. I'm just going to go over all Mazda Media stuff here. I mean, this is awesome. Mazda Media got some really good stuff from that meeting. There's Turtle Boy. And he made signs. Jill Daniels touched me. Oh my God, dude. It's just so funny. Jill Daniels stole my phone for nudes. He has a sign that says Jill Daniels stole my phone for nudes. And here's the interview with Rita Lombardi. She's a local hero there, man. She's great. So let's check this out.
This town is run by the McGalvins. That is who this town is run by. The people do not run this town. The select board does not run this town. The McGalvins run this town. And Chris Albert, the reason he has the behavior that he has is because there's no consequences, and he is allowed to run havoc and terrorize this town and sick the people after him. And that is a problem. This is domestic terrorism. We need new leadership in this town.
As it relates to the Karen Reed,
yes.
How do you feel like that Karen
Thank you, Saveria.
She botched it? How would
Botch it? No, she deliberately covered it up. They all did. They all covered it up. And how do I know this? From their own mouths, from their own testimony. Their story never had a chance. It didn't fit the puzzle. None of it did. It was all he said, she said nonsense.
Wait a minute. Wait. You win handle of the day. Oh my goodness. Wait.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
John Duncan, thank you so much. Really felt for Karen yesterday, brother. The culmination of 2 years of torture. Glad that Jackson was awesome. A bit worried the verdict is taking a while, but I think they all just needed some time to talk. Yeah, I mean, the verdict isn't really taking a while, though. I agree with you on everything you're saying, except the verdict really isn't taking that long. This is very common. I feel reassured that they are. I'm still in the phase where I think that they are just simply going over the evidence and discussing it, and I would expect nothing less for them to do that. I don't feel comfortable with them going into that room and going, all right, who wants to go home? Let's just say not guilty. You know what I mean? Like, as entertaining as that would be to see in a movie, you know, that's okay, but not really. You know what I mean? Like, I want them to really go over everything, and I want them to come to this decision through thorough analysis.
What the defense presented was concrete evidence by the most highly credentialed people and experts in this country, people that were hired by the Department of Justice, by the NHL team. These people light years ahead of what we saw. What we saw in the trial for the Canton Police Station is ridiculous. And they lie, and they have no problem lying or no problem making mistakes. They don't follow policy and procedure. Why? Because they have the guns.
Is there any relief?
There you
that
go.
it's a 1-year renewal rather
No,
than 3 years?
no, there's no relief. We're going to have a verdict tomorrow, and we are going to have a not guilty verdict. And that is going to shine a light onto why the Canton Police and the high-ranking people of not only the Canton Police, but also the Canton Fire Department, why their stories were told that were completely inconsistent with what the evidence, the real evidence shows. No contracting evidence. That's what we need. We need someone from the outside. We need the federal government in here. We need receivership. We need it now. Yesterday. Thank you. Yes.
Absolutely. Way to go, Rita. Give me 1 second here. Let me see. Now, Rita has the actual copy of this thing. Or not Rita, excuse me. Sleuthy Goosey has an actual copy of this thing. Let me show you guys. Again, this is, I mean, right there, not guilty. Like it's an easy fix. It's an easy fix. I don't know why that's so difficult. There's the not guilty box right there. Just check it. Just add it, you know. Just fucking add it, dude. Oh my God. Killing me. Little Irish girl, thank you so much. Massachusetts has been repped amazingly by the Free Care and Read movement. Bless all of you in your tireless efforts. There you go, man. And that's a Mass resident right there, Little Irish girl. And April sings. Thank you so much. I woke up to Albert's ugly mug and now this. Canton, you're killing me, Smalls. I heard Bev rents vacay property to Jen on the Cape. Big fan of the word cunt. Yes. Yes, I agree. I'm a big fan myself. I mean, Miss Reed, is there something funny, Miss Reed? Yes, Judge Bev, as a matter of fact, there is.
You're a little cunt.
Exactly. Okay. And I think I already went over that. Yeah. All right, hold on. Now let's go over this interview right here. Right here, you got Paul Cristoforo, who's also instrumental, if not vital, to the Free Care and Read movement. He helps organize. He's instrumental in organizing the protests and standouts. Very peaceful and very organized. And these guys, they're not paid by anybody to do this. They spend their own money to do these things, to make their signs, regardless of the bullshit you hear on Court TV. Court TV is full of a bunch of lies just to make things more dramatic to get ratings. And that's all that is. Thank you, some guy with cancer. How is no one gone Las Vegas flying defendant on this judge? Yeah, the footage of the dude jumping and attacking. It's funny. Yeah. That was funny. And thank you. Yeah, I don't know either. I'm glad they haven't, but I don't know. Let's check this out real quick.
Oh, is that what they're doing? They're just dismissing the jury. Oh, they're dismissing the jury.
Now, I don't know who the gentleman is interviewing. I don't recognize that microphone, but he's talking to Turtle Boy and Paul Cristoforo.
Dismissing the jury for the day. That's what we're told. That's what I'm being told. They're dismissing the jury for today. We're coming back tomorrow. So that's disappointing. We wanted a verdict today. We're hoping for a verdict today, but we're gonna have to wait another night. So we'll be back tomorrow. So Mike, how are you, buddy? Mike from the Young Jerks is here. There he is.
Yeah.
Young Jelly, as certain people call him. Oh, and Massamedi is here.
What's going on?
Yeah, and Microdots is here. We got all the
Dude.
in one place. Everyone's here. Everyone's here. Big Richard.
And I gotta tell you, man.
Anyway,
I gotta tell you guys, there is no place that I would rather be at this moment than outside of that courtroom right now. If I could have taken that second trip out there, I honestly would have. I just could not. Wasn't enough time to plan, and it just, just couldn't do it. But I really wish that I could be there. Just so you know. Suns 107, thank you so much. Spent yesterday in Dedham. What an experience. Yeah, see, it's great. Like, those people are just amazing. They're beautiful, amazing people. They're nothing like what people are trying to say that they are. These people who are just so dead set on Karen Reed being guilty, which is just fascinating because the evidence does not support this at all.
Get him back. Let's go. Stop him.
April Sings gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Let's see who got gifted. Jackie, Brent, Aaron, Linda Baker, True Crime Addict. Congrats, guys. Kim, member for a month. Go to Jess. Has important message from the family. Oh, okay. Let's check that out. Mike D. My fears for mistrial are going up by the minute. I have to hope that that if there is a mistrial, the DOJ would then step in. Great work, by the way, sir. After this is over, I'll continue to follow you. Awesome. Thanks, Mike D. Appreciate it. I can't say cunt, but I can write it almost. Right on. That's fine. Yeah. If that's a word that makes you uncomfortable to the point to where you can't even hear it, this is not the channel for you. Just saying. But let me do that real quick. Let me check out. There we go. Fall River Reporter. And she posted something 23 minutes ago. So this is Jess Machado. She is unbelievably kind and very focused on justice herself. She has a periodical titled The Fall River Reporter. She is an independent journalist and she's great, and she has been inside the courtroom and I recognized her immediately. The first time I was in there, I was just like, hey, because I'm a big fan. She's great. And she posted something 23 minutes ago, so let's check it out.
Hi, everybody. I am Jess Machado from Fall Reporter. I'm going to give you guys a minute to jump on. I'm standing outside of Norfolk Superior Courthouse. I just spoke with Karen Reed's brother, and the family wants to ensure that
Karen Reed's brother is named Nathan. Really nice guy. I met him as well.
this information gets out to the public. They believe that the jury is being directed towards a guilty verdict based on the sheets. Just don't call me anybody right this second. Don't message me. They believe wants to ensure that this information gets out to the public. They believe that the jury is being directed towards a guilty verdict based on the sheets. Just don't call me anybody right this second. Don't message me. So the sheets that the jurors are given, they are listed with the first charge and then subsequent charges afterwards. The first charge shows a box for guilty or not guilty that they can check, but the subsequent charges only have a guilty box, no not guilty box. And when it was discovered by the defense team, they called into question immediately that each one of the charges should have a guilty or not guilty option for each charge.
Right.
But according to the Reed family, and I'm sure what people have been able to see on TV, the sheet only has the first charge as a guilty and not guilty, and then the second and subsequent charges only show guilty and no option for not guilty. They believe that this is directing the jury towards a guilty verdict. I was told by the Reed family that if a guilty verdict comes back, they will appeal. They do not believe this can be changed. It has been decided. They seem very tense, very upset. And that's all I have right now. I'll get you more as I have it.
Wow. And
Maybe.
I vouch for Jess Machado's credibility 100%. She is I find her to be someone of sound integrity, to say the least. So if and I believe that the Reed family sees her this way as well. So I believe that information is absolutely credible. And I'm glad that there are so many people watching right now, because you guys need to see this stuff. This is important. And I want to say, yeah. I mean, right now on YouTube, I have over 6,000 people watching, but overall, between this and Twitter, I have over 10,000 people watching. So I hope everyone is paying close attention to what's happening here right now. This is absolutely an example of these insane, dirty little tricks that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is notorious for trying to pull. How can you not have a not guilty option on each one of these charges? How can you have some sort of explanation for this? And we just heard Judge Beverly Cannoni's explanation for it, which is that there was not one. It was, that's the way it is, and too fucking bad. That was basically, in a nutshell, Judge Beverly Cannoni's explanation for this. After Jackson respectfully demanded that he get an explanation from the court about this. Tawanda, thank you so much. I sent an email to the court that the world is watching. We need a not guilty box added. Please send your opinions into. Can you post an email, please? Will. I don't have that email, but yeah, I saw that Jess posted a photo of the slip. Thank you. That was what Sleuthy Goosey showed me, or that what I showed, what Sleuthy Goosey sent me. So I showed that. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I mean, if you want to email the court, I just don't see it having any effect. If you see what the issue, the issue here is that is that the Commonwealth doesn't give a fuck what the people think. That's the actual issue. That's the root of the problem. Is that the Commonwealth, the people that are in power in the Commonwealth, are too in love with the power that they have over the people. They do not they do not see themselves as civil servants. So they don't give a fuck about the power of democracy. That's the issue here. That's the overall issue. So, I mean, you could do it, but I don't think it would really do anything. Now, if it was a question of a vote, then yes, I'd be like, go out and vote. Sure. But setting, I mean, it would make a statement. If you want to do that and you think it'll make a powerful statement, I absolutely encourage that 100%. I'm not trying to discourage it. I'm just saying it won't change. It won't influence Judge Beverly Cannoni's decision here is all I'm saying. But it might serve a separate purpose, which is to show the world that everyone spoke up about it. Yanetti Spaghetti, thank you so much. Just posted a photo of the slip as well. Yes, I saw that. I mean, what I don't understand though is that there is a not guilty box. Oh, okay. All right. I see what this is. There's not a specific not guilty for each specific. Or maybe I'm just not understanding. Right. Misty here is saying in the comments, I kind of get it though. If she's not guilty, then 2, 3, and 4 don't matter. I mean, but I don't think that that's the case though. I think what Jackson was arguing was that there should be not guilty options for each of these particular details of the manslaughter charge. I like the phrase cunty cunt out cunting around. Thank you, Will and Sherry. Thank you, Nanika. You see the relief people feel. See, I love that. I love having a channel and having people feel good. Like I feel like there's so many of you who have just been feeling like you're going to explode because you can't freely use a word that you love using and you feel like you're going to be ostracized for using the word. You won't be ostracized here. This is a safe place for those of you who like to use the word cunt or twat. You are very, very welcome here and you can freely use it. You can freely use it. Feel comfortable here. Feel at home in using the word cunt if you'd like. This is a safe place for the cunt word users. Absolutely. People, it's just funny. People are sending super chats like, I like the word cunt. Ruth Lewis, thank you so much. There was just a huge blow up between Alan Jackson and clerk Jim McDermott over whether or not something was on the record. McDermott stormed out. That's what Turtle Boy tweeted way earlier. Yeah, we read that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Uh-oh. What?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Malzy 66, thank you so much. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. As a person's power increases, their moral sense diminishes. Corruption here in the case starts from the bottom and goes right to the bench. Kanoni does not deserve those robes. Never, ever. And I cannot say that I disagree with you. As a matter of fact, I think I completely agree with you. Thank you. The judge is a twat. I agree. And I've said this for so long, and I've accused her of corruption and I gotta tell you, man, I when I was in that courtroom where I was sitting, I was at her 12 o'clock, like boom. And I was worried that she might recognize me. Because the thing is yeah. There's quite a few of these people who watch me, I promise you, because if they're watching Turtle Boy, they at least know who I am. Turtle Boy have done enough streams together to for them to at least know who I am. So if these court officers are watching YouTube, they know who I am. That's for sure. They know who I am. They know who Sean McDonough is. They know who Melanie Little is. It's a thing. I promise you. I can't give you the Dina super chat dance. I cannot. And I know it's out of love and everything, but the problem with the Dina super chat dance is just that there are other people who are too ugly for us to be able to enjoy that. And it's infuriating, as a matter of fact. It's absolutely infuriating. But yeah. But I feel you. Those of us who remember it will remember it. Judge Cantoni. Thank you. It's funny. Yeah, don't be a cunt. Change only happens when you speak up. Brass, thank you so much. I served on a jury in Hampton County of Massachusetts years ago. Next to item number 1 of not guilty, then was or any lesser sentence included offenses. So Bev is wrong. Nice. Thank you. The Fast and the Curious. Thank you. I can't stand that judge. She hates AJ and doesn't care. She needs to check her ego at the door. Agreed. Ken, thank you so much, Ken Weber. I can see how AJ could get confused, but the jury selects not guilty and nothing else, or they could select guilty or guilty of the lesser included. I think a phrase should be added to the not guilty option. Yeah, that would probably make it less confusing because I see that the room is a little split on that. So I mean, I don't know. But it really is an easy fix. The way that I thought it was, I misread the document. I'm not a lawyer. I don't fucking know. So I apologize for that. But it seems like it could be an easy fix. Like what Ken was saying was that, if you just add a phrase to the not guilty, it might seem less confusing. I don't know if that would fix it. Or just add not guilty boxes to each of the guilty the details of it. So I'm seeing where Jackson's coming from a little more. The overall not guilty is no, wait a minute, because it's I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I have a solution to this issue when I honestly don't fully understand the issue. So I can't I can't logically come to a sound conclusion on a fix for that. So yeah, we watched that. I saw that. Jenny, we watched it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Um Well, but it's under a manslaughter. It's under a manslaughter charge. Okay? Because she didn't hit anybody with her car. That's the overall issue here. She never hit anybody with her car. If she gets a DUI, I don't give a shit. Sorry if that sits well with people, it sits poorly with people. I'm sorry if it does. But I'm telling you, I believe that Karen Reed was absolutely shit-faced out of her fucking mind. Totally. 100%. She should not have been driving. That is my opinion. If she gets a DUI, so be it. But I also take issue with the DUI as far as how they would have gotten the charge. You can't prove the DUI. I just simply believe that she was drunk based on her behavior. You cannot charge somebody with a DUI because they acted like they could be drunk. You have to be able to catch them. They have to have a breathalyzer test done, and they have to have been willing to take it. But you can't make an estimation as to her blood alcohol level when you take blood alcohol from her and you take blood from her, 2 days later? And then you just make an assumption, you make an estimation of what her blood alcohol level was 2 days earlier. No, it doesn't work that way. I would fight that if I was her attorney. I would fight that, But what I'm saying is, I'm not going to sit here and feel like this is, oh my God, she got a DUI charge. I'm not going to be like, oh my God, this is the end of the world. The idea here is to keep her from going to jail for murder. She didn't hit anybody. That's the issue. I think she drove drunk, but everyone drove drunk. So if you're going to slap her with a DUI charge now and find her guilty of a DUI charge now, then you have to slap Brian Higgins with the same thing. You have to slap Brian Albert with the same thing. You have to slap Matt McCabe with the same thing. You have to slap everybody who was driving that night and drinking, and everybody was drinking. You have to slap everybody with the charge. That's how it works. That's just how it is. Miss Shorty, thank you so much. Almost 1 a.m. in Australia. And even from here, this entrenched systematic corruption is terrifying, chilling. Also, Bev is a CUNT Watt. Thank you so much, Miss Shorty. Yvonne P, DUI guy just posted a good explanation of Cunty Bev's mistake today. Free Karen Reed today. Awesome. Did he post it on Twitter? Because I'd like to check that out. Love Larry. Yvonne, again, thank you so much. DUI guy just posted a good explanation. Did I just read that? Thank you. Appreciate it. Anna Banna for Fana for Fana Beep Bop Mana Anna Manana just watched Melanie Little and she looked appalled by Bev about the verdict slip. Okay. Thank you, Cherry. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me Okay, so here is Larry's post. Nice. Okay, let's check this out. Larry, the DUI guy. We love Larry, the DUI guy. He's an attorney, and he says Auntie Bev lied. There is a distinct difference between the way the forms are supposed to look and the way that they look in this case. The verdict form is supposed to read, we find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offenses. The verdict form in Karen Reed's case simply reads not guilty, and it does not refer to the lesser included offenses at all. This is what Jackson was talking about, and I 100% agree with him now. If the jury convicts, this is going to be an appealable issue without question. Yeah, so it would have to say that we find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. So that's the detail that's missing of the offense charged or any included offense. So that's what Larry Foreman is saying. That's what the DUI guy is explaining, which makes perfect sense. I see what he's talking about. I love when there's fucking lawyers on here who actually feel passionate about something. Like, I love it. I love it. And, you know, that's not the trash talk like the other lawyers. Like, but I mean, Turtle Boy wasn't lying when he was calling some of them fence sitters. You know, it's just the way that they run their channels. But, you know, sorry, but I like the other ones a bit more. I don't care how many fucking subscribers they have. I don't judge creators and their quality of how informative they are, or how insightful they are, or how talented they are based on their subscriber count. I just don't do that. Because I mean, you look at a guy like Iconmel and he has over 200,000 subscribers, and the guy's like fucking wallpaper, you know? So it's like, okay, what the appeal is, I don't really understand that much. But you know, I like the lawyer, you know, I like Emily Baker, you know, but I love channels like Melanie Little, you know, I love channels like Larry, the DUI guy. I love the lawyers who are, you know, I love Mark Betterow, and seeing him talk on these platforms. Mark Betterow doesn't even have a channel, but he's constantly on someone's channel discussing this case, and as an attorney giving his insight as an attorney and his opinions. And he's very vocal about his opinions, and he's very vocal about the corruption that he believes is taking place, and he's very vocal about the inconsistencies in the evidence. He's very vocal about who he thinks is a liar and who isn't, and I love that shit. I love that shit because it takes balls, you know. I love Sean on the Gulf, Sean McDonough doing what he does. And even though, and I'll be nice, be out of respect for Sean, because I didn't know that Sean had so much respect for these gentlemen. But and I used to have a lot of respect for them. And I went on a rant about it yesterday, but I won't get into it too much today. But, you know, former law enforcement agencies or agents who aren't afraid to speak their mind, who aren't afraid to call out corrupt cops. You know, I like that. Who aren't going to say whatever is the most popular thing to say because Court TV is saying it because they hope to have spots on Court TV as panelists. I have no respect for that shit. I just simply don't. Clout chasing fuck faces. I don't have respect for that. And sometimes there's cops that do it. I mean, I begged, because I was so passionate about this case months ago, long before trial even started. I was so passionate about this case, and I brought it to a former law enforcement officer, a homicide detective who's retired, who I respected for years. And I brought this to his attention, and he was like, yeah, okay, I'll take a look. And I did it on his live stream in front of his whole audience. All right, I'll take a look at it. You know. And then all of a sudden, now that Court TV seems to be changing their tune, He's super vocal about it. But my opinion is this case needed you to inform your audience about police corruption. They needed to hear from a retired law enforcement agent who supposedly hates corruption to speak up against it and speak up on it, to call it out and say, this is clearly something wrong here. This is not how you conduct an investigation. And this many mistakes, just like Jackson put it in his closing arguments, this many mistakes is not negligence. It is corruption. It's just a little, it's just content, because it's safe to talk about it. It's just content. And then they get to act so outraged. I'm appalled by the Massachusetts State Police and the way that they handled this case and their behavior. Dude, you had the info months ago. You're appalled about it now? Now is when you're appalled about it? Okay. Okay. All right, let's do this. Okay, here we go. Oh man, these go. Hold on. Oh my God. So here we go. You guys ready for this? So, I mean, these just go back and back and back. These just go back so far. Oh, none of these are in order. Okay, so I mean, these just go back so far. So I can't see chat, so I apologize if I miss any super chats or anything like that. So Mark Summers here says, calzone was soggy, smothered in blue cheese, kind of cold too. Went from 10 to 1 quick. And then there's responses from the owner. Worst place ever. Food is not mediocre. It's below par. Thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts on our restaurant. We truly appreciate your feedback and apologize for any negative experiences you may have had. We strived to provide quality food and customer service. We are sorry. Now, as many of these as there are, as many of these as there are, I gotta say, like, I'm now absolutely, if I wasn't convinced before 100% that as a selectman, Chris Albert doesn't do jack shit. I'm convinced of it more now because I think that he spends all his time trying to make right these reviews and respond to these horrible reviews. Like, there's so many, I feel like it takes up all of his time. Fantastic. Mediocre chicken farm. Joe says, friendly service and great food. Okay. All right. Response from the owner. Hey, Joe, thanks for the awesome review. We're glad you enjoyed our friendly service and great food. Looking forward to serving you again soon. I'll get around to serving you again soon as I hit somebody else with my car. Lovely lady, I placed an order, requested contactless delivery. The instructions on the left were ring bell, walk down the stairs, and leave at the door with the glass window. The point of this is to use the door as a barrier between me and the delivery driver. The delivery driver, who disregarded everything written and started to approach the door. I let the unmasked, ungloved, even though it's the law, know to leave it at the door. With a smirk, he replies, "Oh, leave it here," and drops my food on the floor. I typically wait for the driver to leave before retrieving my food, but with the attitude of this driver, I rush through the door to get my food. Dude, how much you want to bet that was Jim Ferriss? No sooner do I open the door, does the disgusting germ-ridden delivery driver starts opening air hack coughing. Like, seriously? Is this if this is the attitude your business is going to take during COVID-19, just close down. We called to explain to someone the experience we just had with the delivery. Of course, we were treated as if we were the problem, completely dismissed, and we're told, "Oh, and about the cough, he's a smoker, and you do understand smokers cough, right?" Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. So Chris Albert, this was probably Chris Albert who spoke to this person. It was like, "Yeah, so you get that smokers cough, right?" And yeah, that was fucking Jim Ferriss, because Jim Ferriss is a chain smoking, smelly fuck. So if this is the attitude your business is going to take during COVID-19, just close down. I already read that. Completely dismissed, and we were told, "Oh, and about the coffee, the smoker, you do understand smokers cough, right?" So you're breaking the law, and now you speak to the customer as if we're stupid. Like you have an issue with reading and comprehension, yet I'm talked to like I'm stupid. I spent my money. I expect respect. Instead, you get mediocre food. Everybody. Everybody slips in the word mediocre. Oh my god, this is fucking fantastic. Instead you get mediocre food, poor customer service, and talk to like you're an idiot. I read a review from 2 months ago mentioning they weren't wearing masks. The customer was told they will resolve the issue. 2 months and still no masks. This place is going to be the cause of COVID-19 outbreaks in Canton if they don't do better to resolve this. Absolutely disgusting. Oh my god. I mean, whatever. The COVID thing. But here's the thing, though. It doesn't matter, okay? No matter how you feel about COVID, let's say you think that this person is absolutely, totally being a fucking Karen about COVID, right? Okay, fair enough, right? They're being totally a Karen about COVID, and fine. But the thing is, like, they're the customer. You know what I mean? And if there is a COVID-19 thing, the business savvy thing to do is to just follow protocol. You know, it's to look out for it. I mean, in Tennessee, there were no laws, you know, as far as mask mandates and things of that nature. I mean, there was a mask mandate at first, right? For businesses. And then it was and it was very brief, but the owners of the company that I worked for were like, "We're just going to keep masks for now." And I'm in a red state, you know, but they were like, "We're just going to keep the masks, you know, and then, you know, let this shit die out a little bit." People are sensitive about it. It just makes sense because people are scared, whether they're scared because they're being overly dramatic about something is not the issue. That's not, it doesn't matter. It's just smart business to simply cater to, if your customers are unreasonably scared, well, they're still your customers. And it's best to hold on to those customers in order to keep your business afloat. So if there's a COVID-19 scare, you make sure that your employees are wearing masks to make sure that those customers feel comfortable and they continue to order food from you, period. Or they continue to patron your establishment. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, that was just stupid. This one says, can't seem to handle a simple order. Asked for no mayo on my sandwich, my sandwich was dripped with it. Was dripping with it. Ordered extra sides of marinara sauce for a calzone, and it came with 1 ramekin of ranch. Onion rings would have been decent if they weren't made with old oil. Too many actually good places in Canton to go back. Like, dude, change the fucking oil in your food, in your fucking fryer every day, bro. Every night before you fucking close, change the fucking oil in the fryer, dude. It's not that difficult. I mean, if for the oil to be nasty, like, you have to be like, it has to be like a week. And that's for a high volume restaurant, right? It has to be a week before that fucking oil becomes fucking so dark that it shows up on the food. You know? Like, just change the fucking oil, dude. Like, it's that easy. You know, and it's not that difficult. You just flush the shit out, dude. You get a bucket, you open the valve, you drain the old oil, and then you empty the oil in the grease pit outside, and then you fucking just flush the shit with water, dude. It's real easy. Depending on what you fry in the fryer, you got to scrub it, you know, but it's best to do it while it's still hot. The shit comes off of it really easily when you scrub it while it's still hot. It's a 10-minute process. It really is a 10-minute process. It's not that difficult. You know? Like, vegetable oil is not that expensive. Right. I mean, dude, it's unreal. Oh, Hayden Kane, thank you so much. Only degenerates put blue cheese on a calzone. Let's see. Considering that there's only like 1 like on this, I'm guessing it's a positive review. Let's see. My very first time trying D&E out, I found them when I Googled pizza near me because I was on a mission to find an amazing pizza. Well, mission accomplished. Yeah, we don't care. We just want to see the shitty reviews. This place is filthy. Smells like a dead body or dog. I ordered the chicken finger chicken parm. It was mediocre. It was mediocre. When when I called to complain, I was called a loser. Not very friendly. Wow. Yeah, no, we don't care about that. Here we go. Burnt pizza and soggy chicken parm with what tasted like freezer burned jarred sauce. Fine pizza, but they smashed my taillight and planted someone else's hair. I heard they recently redid the basement floors. So 3 stars for atmosphere. The pizza was honestly pretty good, but the owner was not the kindest. Very short-tempered, and I think we heard his screaming in the back. Wouldn't come back. Found taillight pieces and what appeared to be a German Shepherd teeth in my mediocre chicken farm. Strangest thing ever. 10 out of 10 shady judges would recommend. Oh my God, that's so good. I called and asked them if they had a cop killer chicken sandwich. Oh my God, dude. I can't, dude. I need a second. Hold on. Oh Jesus. Oh my God. You fucking massholes. Kill me, dude. Like, I fucking love it. That is too fucking much. Hold on. I called them and asked them if they had a cop killer chicken sandwich. I assumed that of all places, this would be the one that would make this item. Instead, the kid on the phone made some obscene remark involving my mother. Needless to say, I'm not interested in ever frequenting this establishment. Is the chicken parm really that mediocre, Chris? For a town selectman, you come off extremely arrogant. You're not a business owner. You're a punk who doesn't pay his bills. Got away with most as a youth, and you've got what's coming to you. Is the reality. Update that place. It looks like it's 1988 or 1985. I'm not the kind of gal you could strong arm. Now get in the kitchen and make me a real chicken parm. Worst pizza. As an Italian man, I hate when restaurants pass this garbage off as pizza. Do better. Get good ingredients and actually learn how to make pizza. I'd give 0 stars if I could. Wouldn't go back. Subpar food. I was in there about a week or so ago with a t-shirt on. Some bald guy was mumbling to himself something about social media and a murder. He looked up and rudely asked what I wanted, and I wanted a chicken pap. He started yelling at me and chased me out of the store. Never, ever bringing my business here again. I got chicken wings and got sick. Never will go back again. Whatever you do, don't go over to Brian Albert's house to eat his pizza. It's not to die for. Wow. Went in here for lunchtime while working in the area. The owner was on the phone as I walked in. I proceeded to check out the menu while being looked at aggressively as if my money was not any good. Got a sandwich and salad. Both were awful. I definitely will not be back. Hops long till this filthy restaurant's door is closed by the DPH or IRS. The owner is a hot mess, just completely unhinged and so very rude to customers. This place is a greasy mess, not worth the risk of a gastrointestinal infection. Yeah, too big of a word for me. No, I didn't see Chasing's last live an hour ago. Let me see. Oh, everything comes up 2 weeks ago. Maybe it's a short. I don't know. No, I don't see anything. So oh my God. You guys just fucking kill me, bro. Like, Yanetti's spaghetti says, what's D and E stand for? And at the end of the day, is you're quick as fuck with don't eat. Oh my God. I don't know. Chasing has 2 channels. I think she might. I don't know. Drunk and erect, dildos and erections. Oh my God, y'all are killing me. Dickhead. Dead entry. All right, I see this. This is yeah, we already watched this.
Oh, no. Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
What you said before you retired and you needed to think about it was you agreed that there needs to be not guilty options for subordinate charges under count 2.
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question. I don't really care
Yes,
how it always
Twat.
is in Massachusetts.
I did.
I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you wouldn't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate. For
Better.
a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's...
Right? Because it's like, okay, you're tired. We're all fucking tired, lady. What do you mean? We're all fucking tired. You don't think my client's fucking tired? She's being accused of murder. She didn't do it. The evidence is overwhelming that she was being framed. I proved it. I spent fucking 2 years proving it. We're all tired. Your laugh is contagious. Thank you, Ginger Freckles. Unreal, dude.
Two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court.
Wow.
How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty. And on the top, you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the
right.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need.
Okay, that's exactly what Jackson should be saying there. But it's like, I mean, I don't know. I'm at a complete loss. Because here's the thing, though. I mean, to play devil's advocate here, you know, the jury might see the same shit and see it as an issue and discuss it and just be like, all right, well, don't check the box. You know what I mean? And let's just make it clear to the judge, hey, we don't have an option here. We just want to make it clear that we don't find her guilty on any of these, you know? So the jury might still, you know, and it might just work out fine. But the point is that the defense has a right to ensure that the jury has an option. I mean, Karen Reed has a right to ensure that the jury has an option. This is fucking crazy.
They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Boom.
Okay. I disagree with you. Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't.
Have you had no luck?
Yeah, and he's like, I actually know, Your Honor. No.
Sir included.
No, with oversight, lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option for the rest.
Okay. I disagree with you. All right. Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right. We're done.
All rise for the court, please.
I love it. So she just rage quits. Bev Squeaky chair member for 2 months. Thank you. What if not guilty on main charge, but HJ on lower? I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Hold on a second here. Actually, excellent content, Plevin. Excellent content, buddy. Oh, this should be rich. Let's check it out. Let's see what Plevin's saying.
He's after information that will help his boss, basically. Let me bring in Jen.
Wait, what?
All for understanding. Rita are very much open to interpretation. And this is what people don't understand. Rich Green understands this. This is why Rich Green didn't take the call from Ian Whiffin's group at Celebrate when they tried to get in touch with him to explain the errors of his report, which was really the errors of Celebrate. He didn't take that call. He didn't want that call. Of course, he didn't take that call. Rich Green was never after the truth, no more than Turtle Boy is. Rich Green is a defense expert. He's after information that will help his boss, basically.
I mean,
let me bring in Jen.
Yeah, so is the experts that testified for the prosecution. What's your point? Albert Nurda, thank you so much. These forms look like the rest of the case sloppy, very minimal, not well thought out or produced to be clear for everyone to understand. Right. It's just another example of how justice takes a back seat in when it comes to due process in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Jenny here.
Hi, how are you?
God.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah,
And
I was
we will-
listening to your reflections,
Mhm.
and I mean, certainly there's such good points. I mean, good experts. The bottom line is, I don't know how they went through their process of choosing experts. I think obviously when it came to the dog bite expert, she chose them and inserted herself. But when you're talking about Green as an example, typically what happens is an expert is contacted and they're given at least a thumbnail in terms of a set of facts. Sometimes they'll even send video or other information that generally gives the expert insight. A lot of experts will say, listen, for $1,000, $1,500, I can look over your material and I will give you my initial impression as to whether I'm going to provide my opinion is going to be helpful to you or not helpful to you.
God.
In other words, an expert should never be swayed by looking for what the people want.
Right.
The people that you hire you
Where do you get
should
these
know
fucking
they
idiots,
are
huh?
getting,
Where
they
do you get
shouldn't
'em?
ask you, they shouldn't want anything more than that. And then this is the problem that you're getting at is if you then take a look at that information and your opinion does not match their narrative, then obviously they're not going to hire you.
Right.
They're going to search until they find an expert that will say what supports their narrative.
See, this is what's funny about these idiots, right? Everything that they're saying would make sense. In all fairness, it wouldn't make sense if there weren't three other fucking experts that were independently brought on. Two of them by an independent federal investigation. They want to just act like that didn't happen. They want to just pretend like that detail isn't a thing. That's what's really funny about this. They're going to hire experts that are going to fit their narrative. And if they interview an expert and it doesn't fit their narrative, well, then they're not going to hire them. They're just going to hire the person that does fit their narrative. Well, explain the ARCA guys and their opinion. Then that would easily be my argument right there. Like, explain the ARCA people. I mean, none of what you're saying matters because of the ARCA people. I mean,
narrative. That's just the
Right.
facts.
Yep. And the people who are these experts, that I know sometimes you get these kind of requests from defense teams too. So you have the integrity not to distort what you're not. You're only going to testify to things that you know are the truth. But there's obviously a lot of money involved for people that are willing to go the other way.
It's very true. I just turned down one 2 days ago, and it would have been extremely lucrative for me. Extremely lucrative. But, I looked over, I actually spent a couple hours.
Lady, your credibility after this case is fucking shot. Nobody with a fucking brain is going to hire you as an expert because you have done nothing but tweet nonsense in regards to this case for the last fucking year. Nobody gives a shit what you think. Nobody worth a damn gives a fuck what you think.
And, in that case, I had video. So video was great because I could look over the video and there was no way I could support their position. There was just no way.
She's totally.
And, we had a long conference call that lasted another hour. They were so nice. They said, are you sure? Is there any way? And I said, no, I just honestly, you would not want me on the stand defending your position. But I also told them, I'm sure there's other.
You don't want me on the stand defending your position because you're going to look like a bunch of fucking morons. Because I'm going to make you look like a bunch of fucking morons because you hired a fucking moron and I'm that moron. Hi.
Experts that will defend their position. It's just not going to be me. There's no amount of money that is worth my integrity. Not $1 million.
You don't have
Not
any
worth it.
integrity.
Can you?
Yeah. Well, what about what the McAlberts are paying you? Because there's just no way. I don't see how someone who could claim to be an FBI expert, you know, like I don't see it. Someone who has the experience of an FBI agent and just decides to absolutely ignore evidence and then claim that evidence that isn't evidence is evidence. It's fascinating. If you didn't have the title of a former FBI agent, I would just call you a fucking idiot. I think you're an idiot asshole. I think you're an idiot piece of shit because you have the title of a former FBI agent. Because since you have the title of a former FBI agent, that indicates to me that you know better. That indicates to me that you absolutely should know better. That indicates to me that the FBI gave you a job under false pretenses. It makes the FBI look bad. Every time you slap the title former FBI agent next to your name, it makes the FBI look bad. I really wish that the FBI would just like put out a public statement and just be like, if Jennifer Twattendoffer would just stop using our acronym to describe herself, like that would just be fucking great. Stop using the words FBI. Stop saying FBI, please, because you're making us all look bad. Something this public, like nobody has any respect for this woman. Nobody does. Nobody does. Like Court TV has Plevin on instead of her now because she's lost all credibility. Like Plevin is the step up from her. Think about that. Plevin is factually fucking retarded. That's a fact. I mean, there's just no, I mean, it is what it is. And by retarded, I mean willfully ignorant. Plevin is a retard. And Court TV has him on regularly as an expert somehow. But they won't let her on anymore because her credibility is shot. Think about that. Just think about that. Right. That's what it boils down to. That's what it boils down to. Like you got to look at the actions here. You got to look at the actions. You know? Court TV is like, man, Jennifer Twattendoffer, you are terrible. You can't be on here anymore because we're getting too much pushback. But hey, asshole living in your grandmother's fucking attic where off camera there's probably a prosthetic child collection. You know, sure, we'll have you on as an expert, as a panelist. What? What?
Can you talk a little bit about how these defense teams go about finding these experts that are helpful to them?
Well, there's a lot of websites. There's a website called Juris Pro. That's probably the leading website for finding expert witnesses. And different companies have different kind of experts. Some experts are medical experts, obviously. Some experts are law enforcement use of force experts.
no.
There are firearms experts. There's such a cadre. And, you know, we saw in this trial, you know, engineering type experts that do crash reconstruction from that vantage point. So there's
lady, what do you have in your mouth, bro?
all sorts of different avenues to find experts. I'll tell you the number one thing I've noticed is, so my first expert case was years ago, and I was hired by the Department of Justice in New York on a case. And I wrote an expert report, and that expert report circulates amongst the U.S. Attorney's Office. So then I was hired again right after that in California from a U.S. Attorney's Office. So a lot of my clients are the U.S. Attorney's offices.
I'm looking.
But a lot of my clients are lawyers.
I'm looking at court in the background. There's nothing going on.
And defense teams. So I work about 50-50. And I know mostly criminal, although I do some civil work. But the point is I think you can get people that they've already done their career and their integrity is just means so much to them. And then you get other people that they are dependent on.
Oh my God, I don't care!
Okay. I mean, yeah, there's nothing going on in court. Like, I have it right here. It's live. There's nothing going on. Okay, they will be there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Juror question. Yeah, probably. If it's a juror question, it's probably like, why can't we choose not guilty on these other things? Like, I really hope that the jury raises the same question that Jackson just did. That would be fucking awesome. She's going to feel so stupid when that happens. AZ Farrell, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you. And I'm going to have a very rejuvenated faith in this jury if that's the case. Because I'm telling you, it's a damn good thing when the jury asks questions. I always feel better when the jury has questions, because that just tells me that they are interested in getting to the truth and they are interested in making the right decision. It's way too early, and I mean way too early, to come to the conclusion or even speculate that they are hopelessly deadlocked. There's no way that they could be hopelessly deadlocked at this point. It's way too early for that. Jury is asking for a McAlberts or guilty option. Cash, thank you so much. The injuries are not consistent with 24-mile-per-hour strikes. They are not. What's up, Mazamedia? You're saying juries are always going to have a series of questions as they are thumbing through deliberation. Right. A good jury, a jury that you can count on. Absolutely. 100%, Maza. Thank you, JFK. Commonwealth is a common thief. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they could be in deliberation for weeks, people. Like, we're just expecting, because of the fact that this should have never even went to trial, considering the lack of evidence, we're expecting a quick verdict. But understand that, like, this process of jury deliberation could take weeks. That's absolutely possible. Let me see. Did Cherry say that? Did Sherry say that it could take weeks? No, she didn't. Because I just removed the comment, so she never said it. Show me the evidence. Okay, show me the evidence. I'm such a child. I don't know. No, she didn't. Where did she say it? Where did she say it? Where did she say it? I don't see that comment anywhere in the chat at all. Patience is a virtue, Fairy Raven. Absolutely. Appreciate you. Thank you. I don't recall. Ryan O'Rourke. I don't recall. So they just ended the live. That's weird. Kelly R, thank you. Wish the FBI guys brought videos of their experiments. That would have been good evidence. Agreed. They did actually. There's I would assume that that's what's on the drive that Jackson referred to when he said that they received this TUI report. There was 3,100 pages of documents, but there was also I don't know, so many gigabytes of data. That's what he said in pretrial. So I don't know. I don't know what's on that, but I would assume that that's what's on it. I would assume that they video a company like this is going to video their research. Oh, I deleted yours too. But I don't recall doing that. Oh no, I don't see that. Let's check Twitter. Let's check Twitter.
She did, Aiden. Look, oh my goodness, look at this. Smile, guys. Smile. Smile, guys. I love it. I love it. This is awesome. This is pretty. She did, Aiden. Look, oh my goodness, look at this.
Confusion this might cause the jury. I think it's easily clarified with the supplemental instruction. I don't think it's the verdict slip. I think it's how they're to follow the verdict slip. So what I've written up, this is a very rough draft. I'll read it to you. I'll take a break and let you consider it if you want. And this works out. I received this, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, and I've been the letter, the question from the jury. So it seems a good time. So I was working on this. It seems a good time to bring them in for an answer to that question. And I would say, as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict as to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In Considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. The lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proved all 5 elements or proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and has failed to prove all of the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2.
May I have just one?
Yes.
Get her, Jackson. Look at the cerebral ninja letting Jackson know this is how we get her, dude. Make sure to fucking tell her this shit.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be heard?
Yes.
I deeply appreciate the court's additional clarifying language. I would simply ask for one very simple amendment, and that is at the top of the verdict slip that says the 2 words, not guilty. We would ask that the verdict slip read, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense.
There you go.
That's
right.
It. And I think that and the court's clarifying.
See, that's what I said first.
Would satisfy the defense. Not I think. I know it would. That's all we ask.
All right.
I can repeat that.
Easy fix. I love when lawyers validate my stupidity.
So there are some like minor changes we have
not
to
be
make
stupidity.
To the verdict slip anyway. Just, you know, it has to be consistent. So the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, the tab needs to actually, Tori. So there needs to be some physical changes on the verdict slip. Anyway, it needs to be indented. There needs to be a colon after guilty of offense charged. It's not complete. It doesn't have under the influence of liquor. It just says under the influence. So there are some minor changes that need to be made to the verdict slip. Does the Commonwealth oppose the suggestion made by Mr. Jackson, which seems like a reasonable one?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so it will be not guilty. So tell me again how you want it.
Sure.
You want
not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense.
There you go. Just do it, Bev. Jesus fucking Christ. Put your ego down and just do it.
I think the clarifying language that I proposed.
Oh my God.
Is important.
Oh, no, it's not.
I appreciate that. I think with that amendment to the slip and the clarifying language, I think coupling those up is exactly what the defense was asking for. I appreciate that.
So I need to clean. I'd like to send in a written copy of what I just read. I have a couple of things bolded. I need to fix this up a little bit. I mean, it was just done quickly. The jury's been waiting. Why don't we bring them in? And I will tell them that a new verdict slip will come into them. How's that? I do, though, have to make a finding that the verdict slip as is was proper. All right, so we'll just leave it at that. I'll make the amendment that you want, but that's my finding.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just from a logistics standpoint, once the new verdict slip is prepared and ready,
We all need to see it.
I was just going to ask, do we have that emailed to us or something?
Yeah, we all need to see it. I will work with Tori. All right. All right, can we bring the jurors in, please? Oh, I'm sorry. What suggested language on the cert report?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Any suggested language on their question?
No, I think the court's correct that in terms of the cert report request, the court's answer is right on point, which is you are directed to you're directed to review the evidence that's in front of you, and that's it.
I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. We will not give you anything. Okay.
Rise for the jury.
Yeah, this is live.
All right, so jurors, we're in receipt of your question. Can we request the cert report detailing the search performed? I take this as a request, and the answer is that you folks, you have all the evidence in the case. So what you have is the evidence in the case. You won't be receiving any additional evidence. But as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your
This is
verdict is to
interesting.
count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. So the lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and has failed to prove all the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2. So I'm going to send in a new verdict slip on count 2 that's just a little bit different, and we have to sort of change the we have to indent something and change the spacing a little bit to make it a little bit clearer for you. Okay, so we'll get that into you in the next 10 minutes. All right, thank you all very much.
All right, so what is the cert report exactly? Because I want to be 100%. I just Googled it, Gregor Smith, and it says computer evaluations, right? Which I don't think that's what it is. Because what I'm getting at here is that if there is, I mean, that's a lack of evidence. If there's a lack of evidence, they have to go not guilty. If they're basing whether or not they're going to draw a guilty or not guilty verdict on a certain piece of evidence, and that evidence is not provided because it's not available, well, then they can't they can't check guilty. They can't say that the defendant is guilty. They have to say that they are. That's what I thought. The cert team that did the search. Okay, hold on. Give me a second here. Yeah, special emergency response team. So there's no report. No, it's SERT, not C. That's where I got confused. It's SERT. So the special emergency response teams. This is fascinating because this is the team that supposedly found the shoe, the tail light. So there's no report on this. That's not good for the prosecution. That's good for the defense, people. The fact that there's no actual report that was submitted as evidence as to the findings of the special emergency response team search, well, that's good for the defense, people. This is good for the defense. Very, very easy. Very easy. So right here, this is just what that just did was speed things along just a little bit, if not significantly, but just a little bit at least. Sped things along. Like, oh, well, there's that. How are we supposed to say that someone is guilty when there's no evidence to indicate that they're guilty? if the prosecution had the burden to provide us with this evidence and we don't have this evidence, well, then we can't conclude a guilty verdict on these charges that involve that evidence. I mean, think about that shit. So I mean, that right there is just one reason why. That's another reason. That's another nail in the coffin of the taillight evidence. That's another nail in the coffin of the shoe evidence. Regardless of all the other reasons why that evidence is no fucking good, and the reasons why the defense proved that evidence was no good, they're on top of that. The cert team never even submitted a report. And if they did, the prosecution never filed it into evidence for the jury to even review. Okay, this fucking idiot always loves to fucking show up in my chat. I'm missing the point. they don't buy the conspiracy. If they did, they wouldn't be looking at evidence. What do you think I've been fucking saying here? I'm talking about evidence. They're asking for evidence. This indicates to me that this jury is of sound mind, and they know exactly what they're doing. They are looking for justice. This jury is interested in justice, and they expect the prosecution to provide them with enough evidence to be able to make a decision. And if they don't have that evidence, then they cannot rule guilty. They cannot come to a guilty verdict on any charge that lack of evidence involves. Period. Case closed. So as far as the CERT team's findings, that's a big, big L for the prosecution. So no, Andrea Vickers, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. They cannot convict without any evidence. And I'm not saying that absolutely disproves the evidence. I'm saying that is a nail in the coffin for the prosecution. It's just one nail. The fact that the CERT team, that they don't have a CERT team report. The fact that they don't have a CERT team report to review, well, they're not going to go, well, okay, well, I guess we're just going to have to make shit up if we want to reach a guilty. I mean, they're not going to reach a guilty. They can't reach a guilty verdict with the lack of evidence to review, because that means that there's an absence of evidence. If that absence of evidence exists, well, then they can't reach a guilty verdict, because despite what Andrea Vickers' integrity is concerned, despite where that lack of integrity is concerned, they don't think on terms of guilty before proven innocent. They have to, by law, through an oath that they took as jurors, they have to assume that she's innocent. And it is up to the prosecution to provide the evidence that would sway them towards a guilty verdict. If that evidence is not provided, then that evidence, as far as the jury is concerned, does not exist, which means that they cannot reach a guilty verdict. Period. That's it. It's very easy. And you're the only asshole who doesn't understand this in my chat, by the way. Right. Or even if it was Brittany Sampson, you're making an excellent point. And I love the detail that you provided here. CERT report is the MSP people who went out at 5 or 6-ish p.m. to search the scene, right? They already lost daylight, and they went out to search the scene. All of this stuff is stuff that the jury's going to consider, okay? So the CERT team went out, searched the scene, like almost 24 hours later, which is insane. And they probably didn't write a report, which is why they can't have it, and it wasn't entered in. Now, that's possible. But what matters here isn't whether or not they wrote a report or whether or not they submitted the report that they wrote. If the jury doesn't have it, if the prosecution didn't enter it in, as you're stating here, Brittany, then as far as the jury's concerned, the report doesn't exist. And that is a lack of evidence. That is a lack of evidence. Now, that doesn't automatically make them go, okay, well, then she's not guilty. I'm saying that strongly sways them towards a not guilty verdict, is all I'm saying. Because there's already problems with the evidence that they supposedly found. There's already problems with it. The fact that there is 47 pieces of taillight missing when at 5:07 a.m., or was it 5:04? Not sure. But at just after 5 a.m., there's footage of Karen Reed pulling out of John O'Keefe's property with her taillight almost completely intact. Only a little crack is there. And she had already supposedly hit John O'Keefe and smashed her taillight and left 47 pieces of taillight all over the lawn. But it doesn't make sense. It's impossible. It's impossible that happened. There's physical proof that disproves the prosecution's theory. And so once the jury puts this together, which I'm sure they already have, and probably why they're asking for the cert report in order to be thorough, and then they get the answer just now from Judge Bev, there is no cert report. Well, then they're going to go, what the fuck are we even, this evidence, none of this evidence is any good. There's nothing but problems with this evidence. And that right there is called reasonable doubt. Andrea Vickers. That is how it works. That is how the justice system works. Because if all of those jurors, or even just one of those jurors, is sitting there going, there's no way that I can convict because I'm not convinced. There's too many holes in this evidence. And I'm not convinced. And I missed a few super chats here. They're about to start, but I apologize for that. Let's see. Unit, if the lally port is flipped, you must acquit. Absolutely. Thank you, Unit. Brass, thank you again. Maybe Cherry can verify. Did Lieutenant O'Hara bring a report log with him of the church, or did Tully bring something? I know they both testified about it. That's a good question. I don't remember, if I'm being totally honest. Albert, thank you. Science and physics say car hit on John couldn't happen. With that outcome, which makes all charges null and void, also leaves you with what really happened. It doesn't leave it null and void necessarily. Just to play devil's advocate here, it does create doubt, which is that's all the defense needs. All the other stuff that implicates the McAlberts, that's stuff that goes on record that will hopefully help towards getting indictments towards them later on. That's different. But the bare minimum of what the defense has accomplished in this trial is create an overwhelming amount of doubt in literally all of the evidence that the prosecution claims to have against Karen Reed. That is why we are all so confident of a not guilty verdict, because there's too much doubt. There's nothing but doubt. That is what you call the formula and recipe for an acquittal. Andrea Vickers. Leanne D, thank you. Any truth to Bev instructing the jury that they had to go over all the evidence before they could even do a vote? I mean, she went over the jury instructions. We were all bored to death, so I don't remember if that happened. But I don't see why she wouldn't. That makes sense to me. Why wouldn't she instruct the jury that they have to go over all the evidence before they could even do a vote? They should go over all the evidence. I would feel more comfortable myself. I would have more faith in the justice system overall if I knew that this jury did go over all of the evidence before they reached a not guilty verdict. I would feel more comfortable with that. All right, let's check this out real quick. Yeah, we got to follow Turtle Boy here. Here's Turtle Boy's explanation for what I just explained. So let's take a look at that. Turtle Boy says the jury wants the CERT team report. The problem is the state police didn't do one, so they're left empty-handed. This is promising for 3 reasons. 1, the juries can't get evidence they need. If the jury, when the juries can't get evidence they need, it leads to reasonable doubt. What did I just say? 2, it's odd and unprofessional not to have a report and leads the jury to believe that the defense was right to criticize the police. Absolutely. 3, it suggests that they are discussing opportunity to plant a taillight. I mean, most importantly, is number 1. When the juries can't get the evidence they need, it leads to reasonable doubt. Period. That's it. That's all that actually matters. At the end of the day, that's all that actually matters. So what we're doing here is we're waiting for the jury to review the evidence provided to them to make to reach a verdict. And what we're counting on here is that they are going to find problems in the evidence. And if there's problems in the evidence, that leads to doubt. That leads to a juror looking at the evidence and then going, wait a minute, well, what about this? And if the juries have questions that can't be answered in regards to the evidence, that is a doubt that they can't get over. That doubt is a hump that they can't get over, and it's done. It's over. They're like, okay, well then I'm not convinced of this evidence. I have questions. There's no answers for these questions. And so I'm not going to come to a guilty verdict here. I can't do it. Not in my good conscience. I can't do it. Kelly, thank you. CERT is police. Regardless of a report or not, police reports are considered hearsay evidence, and police reports never go back with jurors. I don't think that that's true. Otherwise, Judge Bev, and thank you, Kelly R., but I don't think that that's true. And a CERT report is that's different. It's a little different. A CERT report is you searched and you document your findings, and the reason why you document your findings. And yeah, that's absolutely plain not true. Now that I think about it, no, it's not true, Robert Chambers. The reason why it's not true is because the entire reason that you fill out a report, it's not hearsay. If you're a police officer and your job is to enforce the law, and the reason why you write reports is because it is to provide documentation. It is to memorialize, as Jackson and Yannetti both put it many times. That is to memorialize something so that it is used as evidence, so that a jury can review it as evidence. It's documentation. So no, it's not hearsay. It is not hearsay. It is not considered hearsay. It is to be reviewed and considered evidence along with other evidence provided to them in order to reach their decision. If they see, let's say, an inconsistency in that report and what that officer who wrote that report said on the stand, if there is an inconsistency there, well, that creates doubt. And that is considered by the jury to be doubt in that evidence. So no, it's not true. It's not wrong. Yeah, that's not considered hearsay, and the jury can absolutely review police reports. That's insane to think that they can't do that. And not to say anything negative towards you for saying that. I believe you're just misinformed. I'm criticizing Kelly. I'm criticizing Robert Chambers, who just wants to naysay everything that's being said by anybody who believes Karen Reed is innocent. because Robert Chambers has proven in the last 24 hours to be a certified jackhole and a fucking moron. Oh, and what's forgetting a word? A cunt. He's a cunt. Kelly, okay, now here we go. Fuck. Yes, they can write a report, but police reports don't go back with the jurors. But I like your argument. Don't block me. I'm not going to block you. I just think that you're dead wrong because a police report is absolutely considered evidence. And again, Bev would not entertain it. She would have said, hey, it's considered a police report, and that's why you can't have it. She's saying you have all the evidence. All of the evidence, it's been provided to you. All the evidence available has been provided to you, and there's nothing I can do about that. If there's no cert report, then you can't have the cert report because it doesn't exist. It's not there. We don't have it. Steve, thank you so much. Still loving the content. I agree. The jury taking time is good, and it's critical thinking. Smoke a doobie with Lally or Chris Albert? Oh, you're asking who I would smoke a doobie with, Lally or Chris Albert? Either one. I'd happily smoke a doobie with either one of them. Only because I have questions. I would take the opportunity to just be like, hey, so Lally, don't take this the wrong way, but what's with the hair, dude? Cody Howell gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Let's see. Ralph 707. Congrats, Christina, Unit, Farty Marty, Just Jay. Congrats, guys. So is that like gel or like, you ever thought about just shaving it all off? Okay, man. Hey, do you? Here you go. Ralph, thank you so much. Sorry, bro. Just Google, are police reports considered evidence in Massachusetts? It's usually considered hearsay. Yeah, but a CERT team report is what I was saying earlier. A CERT team report, I don't think would be considered like a police officer's report on, you know what I mean? Like if there's inconsistencies in the time that something was found, I mean, they have to be considered for consistencies or inconsistencies. I would assume. Michael Welsh, thank you so much. A police report needs to be entered into evidence by having an officer testify to its authenticity. Then the jury will have it. See, that makes perfect sense. That makes absolutely perfect sense. Thank you, Michael Welsh. Okay, what they can't have issued is transcripts. See, I don't like that. I mean, why wouldn't they be allowed to review a transcript of a testimony? You know? Yeah, guys, understand I'm not an expert in any of this stuff. I'm just somebody who takes an interest no different than you. So I don't claim to be an expert in any of this stuff, you know? So there are a few things that I do know. But most of the time, if you ask me a question, I'm just going to speculate as to any of you, would. So I don't claim to have the answers to a lot of these questions that you guys might have because I'm not an expert. I would definitely refer you guys towards other law tubers who cover this stuff. Like Runkle of the Bailey would definitely have answers for this. Melanie Little would definitely have answers for this stuff. I would definitely refer to some of those. Mark Betterow. Fairy Raven, thank you so much. Can the jury ask why there's no report? I don't think so. I don't think she gave him the opportunity to. We just saw they were standing there, and she was like, the evidence is what you have, and that's it. And okay, thank you guys. We'll see you later. And she walked away. So, like, even if the jury could ask, they were like, hey, but okay, I guess we can't ask why. All right, fuck it. I guess it's a lack of evidence. How do you go about getting a membership? You can check in the description. There's a link. I think the very first link is and Cherry will drop it in the chat if you want to be a member. There it is. Cherry just dropped it in the chat. Jersey, Colorado, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Welcome to Logic. We're approaching lunch. I don't know, man. It's getting close to my prediction. Glad I didn't take bets. I love that Clubber likes to stay close. He always likes to lay like at my feet and stuff. He always likes to be close to me. But when he like lays under the table, like I can't stretch my legs out when I want to, It's like, dude, but he's so comfortable. Like, and I'm getting bored. So like, you know what I'm going to do just for fun? Let me see here. This is just to entertain myself because I'm a fun-loving guy. Oh, I think that he's never mind. No, they're not looking for a way to find her guilty. I'm not ready to go there. I saw this jury. I made eye contact with every single one of them. And I'm trying to tell you that they're open-minded. They're intelligent, and they reacted to certain evidence very, very audibly in some cases, and very visually, for sure. House Long to Die and Cold, thank you so much for becoming a member. Andrew gifted 5 memberships, or gifted 1 membership, excuse me, and congrats to my dog's snack dealer. That's funny. All right, let me. Temu Lally, thank you so much for becoming a member. Cherry, drop the link one more time. K Tina, thank you so much for becoming a member. Please drop the link one more time, and I'll just make this way easier for everybody. Yeah, right. A 227 verdict, right? Wouldn't that be cool? There we go. All right. So I pinned the link to the membership at the top of the chat. So anybody who wants to become a member can just click on the link at that's pinned. Oh, this is interesting. All reports and notes. This is from a document that says on February 2nd, 2022, the defense filed a motion in the Stoughton District Court for the preservation of all police reports and notes. The district attorney's office did not produce any notes until September 29th, 2023. I remember this. Those notes were portions from the Massachusetts State Police. The district attorney's office then revealed that notes from the Canton Police and the CERT team do not exist. This was in their opposition motion. That, along with the metadata and the devices used to take photographs. So what's funny is they didn't even touch on that. Just Pink became a member. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And Michael Welsh, thank you. And Calamity Jade, thank you so much. And for the Cash Apps, I got those too. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for 2.5 years, 3 trials, justice for 3. Love everyone. I'm here till the wheels fall off. That's awesome. Thanks so much, Calamity Jade. Jen Fox, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to Logic. And Kay Constantine, welcome to Logic as well. Yeah, jury is working through lunch. I would imagine they would. I mean, they could just order their food in and eat, while they go over shit. That's what I would suggest. If I was on that jury, I would be like, there's no reason why we can't just eat and keep working, It's okay. Oh, yeah, I already did, Robert Chambers, but I really appreciate your concern for my well-being. That is very kind. See, man, you're not all bad, Robert Chambers. You're not all bad. I love Burger King. It's delicious. And you know what? I might actually get myself some Burger King for lunch now that I think about it. Ginger Freckles became a new member. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Welcome to the troll zone, as Cherry likes to put it. Todd Hudat Clement. What? Did I miss it? What did you? I don't know what you asked, Todd. Kel B, it is 12:37 p.m. 12:38 actually. 12:38 in the afternoon. I mean, you're half that is right, the other half is wrong. Like, I agree with you. I don't think you're a troll. I just think you're a fucking idiot, which would contradict you saying that you're smarter than me, because you're clearly not. Because like every fucking thing you say on here is wrong. You're fucking retarded. SG, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Callie Sandy, RN, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Yeah, like an effective troll is actually halfway intelligent. Like you don't get the same title as me. Like I'm a troll. You know what I mean? Like you're not in my league. You don't get to, yeah. You don't get the title of troll. You're just a fucking, you know, you're like you're lint with gum stuck on it. You know what I mean? You're not even in my league. Thank you, TJM, for becoming a new member. But you're definitely not smarter than me, because you're fucking retarded. All right. There's something going on with the unmuted, muted, unmuted. I don't know what's going on. Well, yeah, we can absolutely do that. Let's put your degree up against my GED. See, I don't even need to know what your degree is. My GED trumps your degree because it's obviously useless, because you're fucking dumb. What good does your degree do you when you are always wrong in my chat when you go up against the guy with a GED? What does that say about your degree? Yeah, you're a fucking retard with a degree. That's what it boils down to. Now I'm hearing something in the background because I have it in the background. I can hear noise in the courtroom, so something might be happening. I hear Yannetti. That's Yannetti's voice. Let's just pull it up to see what may or may not happen. I'm retired before 50, sitting at my pool, waiting for my kids to come back from golfing to go down to my vineyard house. Loser. And yet here you are with all this money and living this fancy life, and you think that time well spent is arguing with a guy with a YouTube channel who is consistently more right on this subject than you are. But I'm the dumb one. I mean, dude, like, if I had that kind of money, I would be doing something much better with my time than sitting here and arguing with GED guy. Just saying. You're a fucking retard. Like, you don't even know what to do by having money. You're too dumb to even have money. Like, what does that say about you? Like, I could think of a million better things to do if my sources of income were so unlimited as you're bragging about, than to sit here on a fucking YouTube channel chat arguing with people. You fucking dumb shit. Jesus Christ, get your shit together, guy. Your kids probably, no wonder they're out playing golf, doing anything they can to fucking avoid their dad, because my dad's a fucking idiot. Jen Kitty, thank you so much. This one's for Robert Chambers, because I know he's a fan.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a.
Jen Kitty, thank you so much. I appreciate you. AKA in his mom's basement waiting for his PB&J, right? Kevin Romero, thank you. When people start to brag, they are hurt. I agreed. Agreed. Ms. Holmes became a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Andrew Rasla, thank you so much. I have a doctorate and I am always impressed by the insights offered by the glare. Very impressive always. See, man, that means a lot, man. Thanks a lot, dude. That's really cool. Like, if I can attract intelligent people, who actually, you know, whose degrees actually reflect their intelligence, I'm really, really grateful for that, man. Because I like that validation. I'm not gonna lie. My ego is fragile, you know, and so like I say things in theory, and then when somebody with a degree in the things that I'm speculating on goes, yeah, that's actually pretty right on, I go, yes. See what I mean? I'm that Bill Murray meme where I'm like walking across fucking dressed like a king and fucking just rubbing people's faces as I walk by and shit. I got Ric Flair's fucking music fucking going as I'm fucking walking. Yes. Dun, 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 dun. A doctor just said I was smart, dude. Fuck yeah. Love that shit. I love that shit. I'm a big fan. Okay, so Karen's headed back in. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Cash, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I have a professional status and letters after my name. I agree and disagree with the glare on issues, as we all do in life. But there are ways to discuss. Exactly. If you're willing to discuss things, then great, man. Like that's the whole thing is, like I that's why like people think, oh, you're so down on yourself, Claire, because you call yourself dumb. Stop saying you're stupid. Like, I mean, it's just a simple explanation for the fact that I grew up with like major learning disabilities. Like the only reason I never went to college was just I can't do school. I have the worst possible fucking study habits that anybody could have. I cannot keep my attention on one thing for long enough to comprehend it for long enough. I'm just like, yeah, and I'm too lazy to describe that shit. So I go, yeah, I'm stupid, but I'm not being hard on myself. I understand what my capabilities are. And I take pride in the fact that I'm willing to have discussions with people because I'm willing to learn new things. I understand that my knowledge on things is very limited, and I'm always open to learning from people who know more than I do. And I feel privileged and blessed to have people that I can discuss these things with and learn from. So I'll never like sit here and act like I'm an expert on anything, but I mean, I'm very happy with the lifestyle I lead. I'm very happy with I've learned to not have regrets because I've learned from bad decisions. I mean, I'm the king of bad decisions, man. You know what I mean? I'm not ashamed to say that, and it just boils down to like you're either that's if that's
You are unmuted.
if you want to judge me, that's fair, but when you make it a point to like
Judge, we're back on the record on 22117. Counsel
press
both
on
had an
it,
opportunity to
that's
look
a
at the new verdicts.
reflection on
All
you,
right,
not me.
So does the defense say the verdict slips in order?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, and we appreciate the call.
Okay, does the Commonwealth say the verdict slips in order?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so the verdict slip will go in. Officer Delano, I'll let you do what you're doing. All right, so the verdict slip will go into the jury. I instruct you or Officer Leiden to remove verdict slip for count number 2 from the jury, have the jurors fold it, put it in an envelope and seal it. And we'll bring that in and we'll mark that for identification. I'm also going to send in a transcript of the supplemental instruction I gave this morning. May we mark that? Madam Court Reporter, please. I have copies for counsel if you'd like. Yes.
Yeah, this is not the verdict. This is just to make sure everyone is satisfied with
All right. So
this correction of the verdict slip.
We'll be in recess, and you'll remember that the jurors were instructed that we won't take any questions or verdict during 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Okay. The jurors were instructed in the instructions I gave yesterday that we will not take a verdict or a question from 1 to 2. So everybody's free to go for lunch.
All rise for the court, please.
Thank you. Love the glare smile. Thank you for all the lives. Working in school, I wasn't ever able to watch during that day, but always watched at night. Summer is here now. Watch you every day. Thanks. Oh, by the way, love your smile. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. So that's I mean, they're going to lunch. So even though the jury's going to work through lunch, everyone else is going to lunch too. So the court's in recess until after lunch. So the jurors, if they have questions, they're going to have to wait till after 2 to ask those questions. So if they get stuck on something and they can't move forward during lunch, then I guess they're not working through lunch. But no, the verdict is not in. There's not even any indication that they're even close to a verdict yet. So I want to shut that rumor down right now. That they only there was an issue with one of the verdict slips on one of the charges that is what Jackson and Bev argued about earlier. Bev gave in, compromised, changed the verdict slip to reach everyone's satisfaction. Now they've moved past it. It's resolved. That's it. It has nothing to do with the actual verdict itself. So that hasn't happened. Pretty smart for a GED guy, right? So yeah. But yeah, just to conclude what I was talking about earlier, I'm aware of my shortcomings. Once you become aware of my shortcomings, if you choose to stay in here and whine and bitch about it and about my shortcomings, well, then that becomes a you problem, because you could easily just, I don't know, fuck off. It's easy. This guy's not smart enough for me. I'm out. It's super easy. It's super easy. So, you know, if the both of us are aware of my shortcomings, and yet you have that much of a problem with them and you choose to stay, it's no longer my shortcoming, it's yours. So, yeah. Boston Sarah, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Well, Robert Chambers, it's funny. I'm indulging you. You don't bother me at all. I mean, if you bothered me, I would have forced you to fuck off by hiding you and blocking you. But I have not done that because your stupidity entertains me. I don't have anything to fucking talk about. It's like, I just rather sit here and roast you because it seems to entertain the 11,000 people that are watching right now. So that's all I'm doing. I have nothing better to talk about but to point out how fucking much of a douchebag you are. It's not, you don't bother me in the slightest bit. I'm actually glad that you're here. You're providing me with content. And you're helping me entertain these 11,000 people who see you for the dipshit that you are. It's fantastic. So thank you. Appreciate it. Phantasmagorical Fanta. Good to see you. Long time. Jokes on Pool Boy. The troll is wicked smart. Absolutely. See, she knows me. Yeah, that's 4K people on YouTube, but on Twitter there are 6,936, my friend. And big shout out to you Twitter folks watching, man. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Damien, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Jace Esquire, people with money don't talk about how much money they have, and if they do, they don't have enough and need to get back to work. Exactly. I completely agree. That's correct in my experience anyway. That's accurate. Bad Mama Jamma, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Joseph Sands, member for 2 months. Will is wicked smart. How do you like them apples? How do you like them apples? Wow. William just gifted 20 memberships. I mean, I got nothing better to do. Normally, it takes up too much time on my streams, but since we're just waiting for a verdict, I'll read off. Latoya, Mandy, Tim Keenan, Susan Conway, Giovanni, Mrs. K, John D, Christy, Kathleen, Triple X, hi, Janelle Webb, Endlessly Edgy, Tawanda. Oh, right on. Tawanda got a membership. I'm glad to see that. Britta Mad Hatter, James Dennis, Melanie, Kathy Four. Awesome. Thank you. Tracy T, Maddie Anderson. Did I already say these? Fantastic. Thank you so much, man. That's really cool. I'll read off. So Carrie sent Cash App for thank you. Good morning, Will. I'm really bad at reading these off, and since we're waiting, I'll just read them off because we have time. From one C word to another, free Karen Reed. Right on. From one cunt to another, Lori. And Lynn sent a Cash App saying thank you for all you are doing. Free Karen Reed. That's awesome. Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate you. Let me see what else we got. Yeah. Cheryl said trying to subscribe. You got to hit the subscribe button, Cheryl. Thank you so much. And Rockland said, yo, Chris, your weed is mediocre. I guess he's reenacting the scenario of smoking weed with Chris Albert. Where'd you get this? Yeah, it's pretty mediocre, bro. And then Venmo, we've got a bunch of stuff here. Let's see what these are. Catherine said, thank you for bringing us all together these last 9 weeks. We'll continue to follow you after all this is over. Free Karen Reed, that means so much. Thank you so much. Lindsay says, thank you for your coverage and for sharing your views today. Thank you. And it's really awesome. You guys are really generous. I really appreciate it. I
think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Lunchtime super chisel. Time to dance, baby. Thanks, Will. Right on. That's what I'll do. I'll just highlight you all roasting Robert. I'll highlight your Robert roasts. How's that? Your Robert Chambers roasts. I mean, dude, like, what's taking your kids so long, bro? Do they love you? Do they love you? Did they say, yeah, just wait there, Dad? We'll get around there when we get around there. I'm watching this guy that I hate on YouTube. Can you guys hurry up? Can you bring me some Metamucil, maybe? Don't you guys love me anymore? You deserve it. They're on their 10th. Their 10th what? attempt at a fucking Big Brother from the Big Brother's Business Agency because you fell short in Parenthood? 10th what? Renee Di Giovanni, thank you so much. In the event of mistrial, can the prosecution retry Karen? And would the court venue change due to serious conflict of interest? I think I know this, Renee. Thank you so much for asking. I think I know this. If it's a mistrial due to the prosecution, that they cannot prosecute again. But if it's a mistrial, if it's a mistrial due to something that was done by the defense, can retry. That's as I understand it. Mousley 666, thank you so much. Boston Globe has a great article in it by Howie Carr. I think great read if you could see it. I think everyone will find it amusing. Worth reading to the channel. Thank you for your coverage. Free Karen Reed. Thank you so much. Brutally honest. Spending too much time in the basement chambers. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, Howie works for the Boston Herald, but I think the Boston Globe. But I don't know. I couldn't open it because I wasn't about to subscribe. You have to subscribe, and I was like, so I didn't read it. But I think the New York Post picked it up, but I'm not sure. No, Ricardo, like when I'm streaming on StreamYard, no, that's accurate. See 7,075, and then it fluctuates. Like they go down and up. So if you saw my StreamYard, then you would know. But the Twitter views that you see when you're looking at Twitter, you're right. They aren't live. They aren't live. But the ones that, like, when it says watching, there's literally something that says watching here on StreamYard that you can't see, only I can see it. Yeah. So Turtle Boy is going on Grace Curley shortly. Yeah, you already said that, Ricardo. Thank you. I don't have Facebook. I deleted my Facebook a while back. Yeah, I can't do Facebook groups, man. Like seriously. Like the Facebook groups historically, because this is definitely not my first case. It's definitely not my first controversial case. Although I've never seen a case like this, but it's definitely not my first case. And I've dealt with Facebook groups in past controversial cases, and it's the most stressful shit in the world. So I don't fuck with them. I just don't fuck with them. Allison Faye, thank you so much. Was one of your first 1,000 subs. Don't chat much, but thank you for all you do. Much love. That means a lot. That's awesome. Is he on Grace Curley right now? Let's find out. Let's see. The problem with pulling up Grace Curley is like I can't like mute it. I can't mute it. It's really annoying. And there's a lot of commercials, and those commercials are loud. Oh, here we go. Okay.
They have one guilty box, right? And then two, they have like 3 boxes. No, there was one like box for not guilty. And then there was 3 for guilty underneath. And it's just a little confusing because the other 2 didn't have the option for not guilty. And so that could be misleading to a jury. I didn't really understand it. All I know is that she claimed that this was like standard, but it's not, as it turns out. So she made a mistake. So then she calls them back in, and she actually admitted kind of like, we're going to amend this thing and we're going to fix it and whatever. So, you know, typical Norfolk County, nothing gets done right the first time. And when she was in there, Karen smiled because this is a joke. I mean, how much do you, like, it was like one of those smiles that you have when it's like, oh, typical, more nonsense coming out. Like,
right.
Well, no. And she looks at her and like, do you think this is funny, Miss Reed? It's like, no, Bev, we don't think this is funny. We think this is a gigantic waste of taxpayer money and resources and time, and we don't think it's funny that an innocent woman is being framed for murder and that you're allowing it to happen in your courtroom.
Yeah, I don't think anyone, at least anyone who's been following the case, would think that Karen Reed was laughing because she thought it was funny. I think it's more of a, I have to laugh at this insanity or else I'll pull my hair out style kind of thing. But I do want to play that cut, Aiden, so people know what we're talking about. And I also want to point out to you, which I'm sure you caught, at one point in this, it sounds like Judge Cannoni's laughing at Yannetti. So take a listen to this. This is cut 4.
Yeah.
They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Mr. Yannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't really.
Have you had no lesser included?
No, we've always had lesser included, but
what's funny, Bev?
I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option.
Okay, I disagree with you. Excuse me? This is funny, Ms. Reed? All right, we're done.
All right, to the court, please.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you. I make you laugh. What do you mean funny? Funny how? How am I funny?
So Aiden, she's allowed to laugh and chuckle, but Karen Reed isn't.
Yeah. Like, how can you disagree with his real world experience? She's telling him, you, like, so Jackson's like, I haven't seen this before. And she's like, well, you're just some out of town California hotshot. Ask David Yannetti. This is pretty standard. He's like, actually, Your Honor, I've never seen this either. And I've been doing law around here for quite some time. And she goes, well, I disagree with you. It's like, well, you disagree with my real world life experience in which I've never seen this before? I mean, how can you not laugh at the absurdity of that? So Karen Reed smiles because it's ridiculous and stupid. And she gets, I mean, how unprofessional and catty was that of her? You know, to just say, oh, you're not allowed to smile in the courtroom. I mean, yeah, I don't think it's funny. I actually think it's horrible. But yeah, actually, now that I think of it, you're a joke. You're kind of a clown, Auntie Bev.
Well, the other thing I noticed, Aiden, is right after this, what I thought the takeaway was between that whole back and forth is how Alan Jackson is rightfully infuriated at this verdict form, and he wants there to be an option for these jurors to decide not guilty, and that box isn't there. But what ended up becoming the headline was the judge admonishes Karen Reed for laughing. And so it kind of adds to this narrative of, oh, you know, she's the bad guy in all this. She's giggling while this whole thing goes on, and the media does what it's always going to do. I did want to switch up here, Aiden, because a lot of us we're not able to follow what's going on with the jurors as closely as you are. You're familiar with each of them. What was going on today, or at least you've observed them throughout this trial? What was going on today with juror, I think it was number 12?
Oh, she was crying. She came into the courtroom crying. I've never seen anything like it before. She was like breathing heavily, and she was like really, so there's this little triangle they had there. Juror 3 sits in front of jurors 12 and 13. And juror 3 was the one that was like making tons of visceral reactions to the Proctor stuff, right? And she would turn around, and juror 12 kind of did the same stuff. And she would turn around and talk to jurors 12 and 13 a lot in like a friendly way, probably not about trial stuff, because we can't do that. And there was 15 jurors, and they eliminated 3. Those were the 3, 12, and 13. Like, it was like, if I were to pick the 3 most pro not guilty jurors, it would be those 3. It was really, I mean, shenanigans are afoot, in my opinion. I mean, what are the odds of that? It's astronomical. But so she came in, she seemed really invested in this case. I mean, she spent 10 weeks of her life on this case. I think based on looking at her, she believes that Karen Reed is not guilty and plans to vote that way. And then she gets kicked off the jury. So she came in today crying, and she looked really upset. So I'm not sure exactly, you know, that's my take on it, is that she just invested all this time into it, and now she can't be part of the jury.
And when you say that you thought she was more likely to vote not guilty for Karen Reed, do you think that are there people on the jury that you look at and you think, they're kind of buying what the Commonwealth is selling? Because if those people stand out to you as being very astute to the fact that it looks like Karen Reed is not guilty, is there something you're comparing that to, somebody else on the jury that you think that person could go the other way?
No, I've seen nobody nod their head for Adam Lowley in approval, like nobody. So that I haven't seen like that. The rest are kind of stoic and not showing their, you know, the cards in their faces or emotions or anything like that. So, but I do know that there's 2 people with PhDs on this jury. There is a former Westwood police officer on this jury, and there is when I said this is a highly educated jury, I'm told there's an EMT on this jury. This is what sources are telling me. So this is a highly educated jury that I think is favorable ultimately to Karen Reed in the end, because they're smart and they work a lot. Apparently, a lot of them seem to work in fields similar to the people who are involved in this case. And so I think they, more than anyone, will know that something's wrong with this. Something doesn't smell right.
I wanted to ask you, Turtle Boy, and everyone can follow you on Twitter at Dr. Turtle Boy. This is where I'm getting all of these updates. You mentioned about an hour ago that the jury wants the CERT team report, and the problem is the state police don't do one, so they're left empty-handed. What is the CERT team report, and why is this what you say promising for Karen Reed that they don't have it?
So the CERT team is the state police team that came in and they searched the outside of 34 Fairview about 12 hours after John's body was found, right? And they found, after 18 inches of snow had fallen, what the Canton police could not find, and that is a whole bunch of pieces of taillight and a big shoe there that the Canton Police Department apparently missed because they're blind. So the fact that they are asking for this report means, you know, what the defense has alleged is somewhere along that line, taillight was planted. And so if they want to see that report, it means they want to know who were the cops that were there. A couple of them are still unknown. They said they're just random. They put a posse together of random cops around town. They want to know who the cops are. What time were they there? Was there opportunity to plant taillight? And they left empty-handed. Auntie Bev said, I can't give that to you because it doesn't exist, which further goes to kind of, along with the defense's narratives, that this is a Mickey Mouse operation with the police. They don't even write anything down. They don't keep track of anything. Like, what's going on here? I thought this was the cops. I thought you were serious people, but I guess not. So they're left there empty-handed. So they think the police are kind of a joke, and they're like, it just adds to reasonable doubt. If they can't get a report to confirm this, then the opportunity, then they're going to think maybe they did plant taillight. What else are they hiding?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. Aiden, I did want to switch gears here just for a second, because there was a big update this week on Sandra Birchmore's death, and it was ruled a homicide. For people who are, you know, a lot of people are so focused on this Karen Reed case. I understand why. I don't think there'll ever be another one like this. But, I mean, right next door, we have this situation with Sandra Birchmore, and there's a lot of recurring people in this that are involved in the Karen Reed case. For people who are just starting to wrap their heads around this story, give them a little bit of a summation of what you've uncovered, what other journalists out there have been following and kind of breaking into this.
So a year prior to John's death, another woman in Canton named Sandra Birchmore was found dead in her apartment of an alleged suicide. And she was pregnant with a police officer named Matthew Farwell's baby. Matthew Farwell is a Stoughton police detective who allegedly had sex with her since she was 15 years old, groomed her. She was part of this Explorers program in the high school. And she also had sex with his brother, his twin brother, Billy, and their sergeant or lieutenant, I forget the guy's name, Dan Devine. And she also had sex with apparently the animal control officer, Josh Heel in exchange for a free puppy. So this girl who came from a troubled background was basically passed around by these cops in town, and she got impregnated by one of them, and she ends up killing herself. And the narrative was she was sad, like she killed herself. But Matthew Farwell is seen coming into her apartment right after her, and then leaves quietly wearing like a mask. And this guy was known to be like anti-mask and whatnot. So it was odd. And his wife gave birth the next day, and they just quickly ruled it a suicide. Well, guess who the cops were who were in charge of this? A lot of similar names. You got
Lank,
Kevin Albert. You got Michael Lank. You've got John Fanning. You've got Nicholas Garino, the cell phone guy who couldn't find deleted messages in Jen McCabe's phone. Also said he couldn't find deleted messages in Matthew Farwell's phone. I mean, this guy, he's not much of an expert. He seems he can't find anything. If you just delete it, you're going to trick Nicholas Garino, the cell phone expert from the state police. So, yeah, I mean, it's shady, and they've recently ruled it now a homicide. So I wouldn't want to be in Matthew Farwell's position right now.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm sure we'll come back to this as time goes on, but obviously right now we thank you so much, sir. We'll talk to you again soon. It's at Dr. Turtleboy on Twitter. That's where you can find him. And we'll be right back. We'll take more of your calls on this. I know people want to weigh in on what they think. I also have a couple of theories that I'm going to float around about the Trump-Biden debate.
Well, that's that. But always, you got to give it up for Turtle Boy. Now, I'm going to read a couple more super chats, but I left this one on the screen for a reason. Crystal Boy, thank you. Crystal Boy Mom says, no one ever mentioned that the Sallyport video, before they pulled the car in, there was snow outline of the same size of her car. Coincidence? I've mentioned it. And I got to, and I would be, I have to say that immediately when that happened, I was in the courtroom when they showed this. Tom CPU was in the courtroom with me. Tom CPU was sitting directly behind me. When the court went into recess after that, Tom CPU leaned over to me and he was like, hey, one thing I noticed about that, there was already snow. That Sallyport is heated and there was already a snow outline. He pointed out exactly what you're describing here. Tom CPU saw this and pointed this out to me in the courtroom when it happened. And that absolutely indicates that missing footage, it basically dictates that Karen Reed's vehicle was in that Sallyport prior to that. They restaged the scene. Her car was already in there, and that snow had fallen off of her car for the first time that they pulled that car into the Sallyport. And that outline was from her car. I absolutely believe that 100%. So yes, this was caught. It's just, you got to understand, there was only an hour for closing arguments. So there's only so much. They had to prioritize. Jackson had to prioritize what he was going to address, but I guarantee you he could have went for another couple of hours with more inconsistencies, more issues with this case. I promise you he could have done that. They never even went over the fact that there's 3 liters of blood that's completely unaccounted for that John O'Keefe lost. That was never even mentioned. I mean, there's so much. There's absolutely so much. Let me go over here. It won't be in order, but Wrestler's Mom, thank you. Usually when the jury takes longer, it's better for the defense. Kyle Rittenhouse jury took 23 hours, 3 days for not guilty. I've had this debate. I had this debate with somebody on Twitter. And I would agree with you. The issue is, it's not a question of whether not guilty or guilty verdicts take longer than the other. That's not the issue. It's a little more complicated than that, because I believe that it's a question of the evidence. If there's evidence to review, and there's depending on how much evidence there is to review, that's going to determine how long it takes. Now, once the evidence is reviewed, whether or not it goes one way or the other, I would argue that a guilty verdict would take longer than a not guilty verdict, simply because they have to be absolutely certain that they're going to send somebody to prison for the rest of their life. and they need to make sure that they reviewed every piece of evidence very thoroughly, and they have to come to a sound, unanimous conclusion that that person is guilty, whereas they don't have to be unanimous when it comes to a not guilty verdict. If it's just a question of, hey, I have doubts about that, then they have doubts about it. So I feel like once the evidence is reviewed, they're more likely to reach a not guilty verdict quicker than they would reach a guilty verdict. In this particular case, I don't see it going any other way. But I see what you mean, Wrestler's Mom. Like I said, I think it just depends on the evidence, the amount of evidence in a case. And John's Custom Saws, real question, do you know where Jen McCabe's missing tooth is? Asking for a friend. I do not. That is a big mystery. I have no idea. You guys are great. You guys are absolutely fantastic. David Himes, great stuff. I'll send you a funny video of Higgins' testimony. Mind playing it? If yes, where do I send it? Cherry has an email that she drops. Send it to her and she will make sure that I get it. Let's see here. Albert, thank you so much. Shaming of J531 Sallyport video beginning also shows when the SUV comes in that one door is daytime while rear door is dead of night. Shows doctoring. Yeah, good point. I'd have to look at that again, but yeah, there's no verdict yet. I saw somebody ask if there was a verdict. There's no verdict yet. And the court is at lunch. The jury's working through lunch, but the jury, there's the possibility that the jury may be stuck on a question that they need to ask the court. And if that's the case, then they're not working through lunch. That means that they're stuck on that question and they're going to have to wait till the rest of the court comes back for lunch before they can ask the question. So the court is at lunch right now. Nika Dimitro, thank you so much. Did you already listen to the Turtle Boy on Curly? Yeah, we just did actually. And it was great. So you can rewind. You'll be able to see that I had it pulled up. Let's see. Let's see something real quick. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I can't do anything for you. Yeah, I'm not going to trash talk your channel. The one that mentioned that they were looking to get monetized, I can't help you with that. The problem with that is that you're promoting Ryan Upchurch's insight into the Kylie Rodney case, and I can't support that. I think that what Ryan Upchurch did with that case is one of the most irresponsible things I've ever seen happen in this community. Kylie Rodney is no longer with us. She's just a kid with her whole life ahead of her, and it was an accident. There's evidence that this was an accident, and her family deserves to mourn her in peace. And I can't support anybody who who will do anything to interfere with that. So, and I think your heart is probably in the right place, but the evidence is the evidence, and I've made the decision with my channel to support Kylie Rodney's family, and let them and her other loved ones mourn her in peace and move on peacefully. GP Dog gifted 10 memberships. Let's see. Congrats to Ang, Annie's okay, K Baker, Courtney W, Therese, Wrestler's Mom, Reese, Allison Acevedo, Lori, Reggie Hosley. Right on. Congrats, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. GP Dog. No, you know what, man? Like the thing about Ryan Upchurch is I don't think that Ryan Upchurch is a bad person. We went back and forth, me and him, for months. Him and I went back and forth over the Kylie Rodney thing for months and months and months. And it was pretty exhausting. It was fun to a certain degree because Upchurch just wasn't making any sense. But he also slandered a lot of people, and he was just grossly irresponsible considering that he had a platform of over 3 million subscribers on YouTube. So that was an issue. And him and I went back and forth quite a bit about that. But the thing about, and the reason why that bothers me so much is because I actually respect the guy as being a self-made artist, totally independent, completely independent. The guy has multiple platinum and gold albums that he achieved through his own, independent management, his own independent artistry. I absolutely respect that. Even though it's not music that I enjoy, but I respect that, so it's actually disappointing. My whole argument with him was just like, dude, you have no business doing true crime, because he was treating the Kylie Rodney case like it was just some episode of some, cheesy cop show where, you get to be a sleuth, but you're not considering the fact that you're affecting real people and their lives. And he even went as far as to say that Kylie Rodney wasn't even a real person. This is very damaging. This is very damaging to her family. This is very damaging to her loved ones. And it's completely disrespectful to a young girl's memory. So I couldn't support Ryan Upchurch as far as that goes. But other than that, I had no problem with the guy. It was just the way he handled true crime cases and inserting himself in the true crime community with such a lack of responsibility was troubling, to say the least. Albert, thank you so much. Anyone wonder how tow driver snapped a photo with the SUV headlights on in Sallyport video? Wouldn't he be blinded by the lights? I don't know. I guess that would just depend on the person, maybe. Will, can we see Clubber? Unless he's comfy and sleepy. He is comfy and sleepy. He's so comfy and sleepy and sleeping that he's right by my feet and I can't even get comfortable. So I'm sitting here for hours and hours and hours. And he is he's just at my feet, super comfy, and I don't have the heart to move him. And it wasn't, according to Sean McDonough's source, it wasn't the tow driver, someone else. Eth Joe became a new member. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Jen, thank you so much. My question is, Where is all the blood from John? Obviously, it was in the house, but no one brought it up. Right. Again, that's one of the unanswered questions. That's one of the unanswered questions that I wish that I had answers for. But I trust Karen Reed's defense team. And I believe that Karen Reed's defense team prioritized what the jury needed to know about. And they had to make certain sacrifices as to what they were going to bring up to the jury. And that was one of them, I guess, even though it's something that troubles me more and troubles you more. The jury, the defense didn't feel that it was necessary to bring it up. But that's going to be one of those unanswered questions. But maybe it's a question that answers itself. Maybe it wasn't necessary to bring it up because all of the other evidence that the defense has brought up kind of brings you to that conclusion. Well, there is no other place it could have been. It's in the house. Period. It was on the basement floor. They got rid of the basement floor, and that's what happened. All right. You know what? I'm gonna do you guys a solid. So I'm gonna do you a solid, Keaton's Family Channel. Guys, go and subscribe to Keaton's Family Channel. Here's the link. It seems like you have enough subscribers to get monetized, Keaton's Family Channel. Seems like you have enough enough subs to be monetized. Maybe you're lacking the views. So guys, just click on the videos, and get Keaton's if he's saying, hey, I don't feel that way about what happened with Kylie Rodney, then cool. That's good enough for me to give your channel a little nudge. All of us channels have that kind of help. All of us channels who get who pick up traction, there's always somebody who there's always somebody who gives us a little nudge, man, and that's always helpful. And it's what you do with your channel that makes it successful. But it's always nice to get a little nudge from other channels, and so I do wish your channel the best of luck and all the success in the world. I do. I mean that. It's a really nice car too in your pick there. And yeah, that's cool that you support Upchurch. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's the thing, man, is and I talked a lot of shit about Upchurch fans. The Cuck Squad is what I called them. Because they were just blindly following the things that he was saying, even though they were wrong. But there were, the thing is I can appreciate that Ryan Upchurch inspires people to that degree with his music. I can appreciate that people have a personal connection with his music. That's what art does. That's great. I can appreciate that, and I can respect that. But when it comes to true crime cases, this is a sensitive subject because you have to understand that is something that I urge everyone who takes these who follows these cases. The issue, like this case in particular, the issue is that there are real people who are affected by this. These aren't characters in a book, in a novel, or these aren't characters in a Lifetime movie. These are real people who are absolutely affected. Their lives are affected in ways that many of us, thank goodness, will never have to experience. I can't imagine losing a child in a violent manner, or losing a child at all, but much less in a violent manner. I can't imagine losing a loved one in such a violent manner, except for my dear close friend Scott Campbell, who made me take an interest in true crime. So my nature has always come from this angle. You know, I've always come from this place of you know, trying to empathize and understand the victim. Mexi knows this. Holy shit, my man. I haven't seen you in forever, bro. It's good to see you. Now, if you guys enjoy the paranormal side of true crime, which, you know, if you're skeptical, I'm a skeptic, but I vouch for Mexi's character 100%. I would go so far as to even call him a friend. He's a good dude. And he's got a great heart, and he believes in the supernatural and whatnot, and his heart is definitely in the right place. So even if you're a skeptic, check him out, you know, because I know that he's definitely not somebody who's grifting, put it that way. Mexi, do me a favor, man, and drop the link to your channel in the chat. Do that so that people can sub up to you. Because I think you're great, bro. And I've even done a couple of investigations, not in person, but a couple of paranormal investigations with Mexi. We've explored some stuff together. And I got to say, some of it's pretty compelling. As a skeptic, I was still kind of like, whoa, about a few things. I was like, what? It just happened. Sharika Goldstein, thank you so much. My 9-year-old Ava is requesting to hear the super chat song. Oh, Ava, you got it.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a 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 super chat. Super chat.
There, Ava, you got the whole thing. But there's a catch. Ava, you're 9 years old. You should not be watching my channel. Tell your mom to not let you watch my channel. You're too young. That is all. Cosmic Blue, thank you so much. Well, it's 1 a.m. and my beautiful 10-year-old Staffy started having fits. Okay, please tell me that Staffy is not watching this channel. By 5 a.m. we lost him today. You've been the best company, Will. I really appreciate you. Give Clever the biggest hug. Oh my goodness, is Staffy your puppy? Oh my god, that's terrible. I can't imagine. Oh my god, I can't imagine. Oh, and look who's up. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come say hi. Come here. Come say hi. Come on. Come on. Come here. He's too lazy these days to jump up now. Come here. Everyone wants to say hi to you, dude. Am I going to have to pick your big ass up? Am I going to have to do that? Am I going to have to pick your big ass up, dude? Come on, buddy. Come on. Come here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Come here, you big boy. Oh, my goodness. Come here, you big, beautiful boy. I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much. You're my baby boy. My baby boy. I know. I love you so much. I love you so much, buddy. Yes, I do. Okay, go lie down. Clover's a big boy now, man. He's a big boy now. He's gonna have to pee soon. I don't think he'll let me know when he has to pee. And then yeah, I'm gonna have to wait for me once I do that. Cosmic Blue, thank you so much. And you're welcome. Right on. Yeah. And I'm really sorry to hear about your news. I'm really sorry to hear that. No, he's not mean like Chloe at all. Clubber is just the sweetest ball of love that you can imagine. And it's so much fun. Like he like there's 3 huskies that live here and he just like plays with them. They get along great. They're jealous dogs, but he fucks with them. It's funny. He gets them all to chase him. Man, dude, you're saying all the wrong stuff here, bro. We don't like JLR here. We do not like JLR here. JLR, Jonatalia Lee bitches is a tool. Fuck that guy. Yeah, I actually have no respect for Jonatalia Lee Riches. I have positive things to say about Upchurch because I like to even be my own devil's advocate. But like I said, my only issue with Upchurch is the true crime stuff. That's my only issue. I don't think it was cool what he did to Ickadmel. And Ickadmel's suing him for it, but now Ickadmel is doing the same thing that he's suing Upchurch for to people on Twitter, which is ridiculous, including myself. So Ickadmel is a fucking douche. Fuck that guy. And yeah. So now I'm to the point to where I actually hope Upchurch beats Ickadmel in this lawsuit. I hope Ickadmel loses the lawsuit because he's a fucking hypocrite. He has no moral or as far as a question of integrity, he has no ground to stand on when it comes to suing Cuckchurch for what he's suing him for. It makes no sense. So I hope in the interest of in lieu of the hypocrisy, I hope Upchurch wins. I hope he wipes the floor with Ickadmel in that courtroom. I hope he countersues, as a matter of fact. He won't win, but Haley Elwood, thank you so much. I appreciate the super sticker. Yeah, totally. I hope Upchurch totally just destroys Ickadmel in that lawsuit. I'm hoping for it. I'm gonna follow it every way, and I'm gonna fucking talk Upchurch up the entire fucking time. Guaranteed. Just to be a dick. If I can stream the fucking court hearings, I will. And I'll be rooting for Upchurch the entire time. Because Ickadmel turned out to be a fucking cunt. Melissa, thank you so much. I was in Dedham today, or in Dedham the day JLR was there to bother Turtle Boy and Karen. I said that's the guy on Will's intro, right? No, you're good, man. That's the thing is people will subscribe, and that's cool, man. Like who knows? You could be a fucking shitbag for all I know, Keaton's Family Channel. I don't think you are. I have no reason to think that you are. But I just directed people to subscribe to your channel. But the thing is if they realize that you suck, then they have the option to unsubscribe. So I don't have any moral issue with promoting you at all. You seem like a good dude, and I'm glad to, and I hope your channel does well, frankly. I really do. But but I'm not trying to tell you like who to follow and who not to follow. I'm just telling you where I'm at. And the people who've been following me since before the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case, they're aware of this stuff. They're aware of this stuff and my stance on this stuff. So, but I mean, you know, like I'm not saying that you can't follow me and follow JLR, but don't expect me to not tell you exactly how I feel about JLR. If you support JLR, then right on, man. Knock yourself out. I don't really give a shit. But you know, just know that if you try to promote JLR in my chat, I'm gonna be like, well, here's why I don't like him. And I've already done plenty of live streams going over him and what he does and why he's completely full of shit. Because you could look at the border crisis thing and be like, oh, you know, great. He's handling the border crisis. He's bringing exposure to the border crisis. What he's doing is just going the easy route because he doesn't believe in anything. John Atalia, he doesn't believe in anything. This is a guy who is actually caught on recordings. Actually, not caught, but willingly gave interviews to radio stations and whatnot, bragging about doing whatever it takes to troll. He doesn't give a shit about the border crisis. He doesn't care about anything. He will just find whatever is going to be the easiest thing to capitalize off of, and he will exploit it. That's what he will do. So, I mean, if you're interested in seeing the border and what's going on there, and he provides you with that coverage, cool, great. If that's enough for you, then great. If you can ignore the fact that this guy praised mass school shooters, that he harassed families of victims of the Sandy Hook, that he harassed the families of the Sandy Hook victims. If you're okay with that kind of shit, then that's on you. You know what I mean? But you know, if you don't care to know about that stuff and the only thing you care about is the border crisis and how he's covering it, then that's cool too. But the fact is I won't support somebody who has done the things that he has done unapologetically. He's a piece of shit. And harassed families of missing children. It's just the tip of the iceberg, the Sandy Hook stuff. That happened before he even got into true crime. Oh, Jamie, thank you for the Venmo. Appreciate you. And we're still waiting for... Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, you know, like I have a past and I've made mistakes and I've been very forthcoming about those mistakes. And if those are things about my character, if you want to judge my character on those things, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. If you look at things that I've done, that I've admitted to, things that are proven, you know, that's that, and you go, hey, you know what? That's something that I mean, that detail is something, it's a hump that I can't get past and I can't support you for that. That's perfectly understandable. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you otherwise. I'm very forthcoming about my past. I'm very forthcoming about the type of person I am, the type of person I used to be versus the type of person I am today. And that's, you know, if these things are not something that you can get past, that's perfectly understandable. And there's no hard feelings at all. None at all. Your opinion of me is none of my business. How you feel or think about me is none of my business. You are absolutely entitled to any opinion that you may have of me. Absolutely 100%. I support you having any opinion that you have on me, even if it's based on lies. That's cool too. I don't care. You know, the same goes for any other creator. If you're enjoying the content and you enjoy my personality and you enjoy interacting in the chat, then welcome. Right on. I have nothing but gratitude for you when it comes to that. Okay, here, hold on. Yeah, I got the DMs. You twat. Thank you. Jesus. All right, this is the clip that was sent to me.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No.
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question.
This is great.
A few moments later.
All right, so
I think
those
I showed
questions
this
are going
before.
to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need more time?
I can do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay. All right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back.
Thank
Okay?
you, Ron.
I love it. And fantastic. And oh my god. Yeah, I went over that video, I think the next day after that happened. I saw it on Twitter. It's classic. Fucking great. Absolutely great. Yes, David Himes, thank you so much for that. I don't know if we'll have a verdict at 2. Hopefully we'll have a verdict at 2. I hope so. I hope that in 5 minutes they come back from lunch and they're like, we have a verdict. That would be wonderful. But am I counting on that? No. We're already past the deadline that I predicted in the first place, because I was very cocky and said, by lunch Wednesday, y'all. I said this shit Friday. By lunch Wednesday, dude, this is over. But no, it's, realistically, that's just not. That's not going to happen. Clearly, it's not going to happen because we're past that. Why the Bernie Federico jersey? I have to know. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll play the whole getting to know the glare game. Hold on a second. Karen just sent me. No, not that Karen. Just sent me a Venmo. Let's see what it says here. Oh, it's like a gift. Oh, it's got a cool little cha-cheers. And it says thank you. Right on. Cha-cheers. Cool. Yeah, so the Bernie Federko jersey. Okay. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again for the new subs. I was born in St. Louis, and I spent a little bit of my childhood in and out of the foster care system, and the and then the foster care system provided me with a big brother from the Big Brothers Big Sisters program, and I had a big brother, and he used to take me to Blues games and St. Louis Cardinals games all the time, which is just great. And decades went by where we lost touch with each other, and then of course through social media we found each other again. And he was really excited. Man, I've always wondered what happened to you. I've tried to find you. I don't know, blah blah blah. And I'm just kind of blown away because I mean he's the same guy. It's wild. He's absolutely the same guy. And it's a really cool guy. Taught me a lot about music and that stuff. And he sent me, he was like, give me your address, I got something for you, blah blah blah. And he sent me this and took a video of Bernie Federko actually signing it as like I guess a more modern version of a certificate of authenticity. And so but the thing was is he actually died of COVID shortly after that, so we didn't get to meet up and actually spend time together again, which is kind of sad, really sad actually, because I really miss him a lot. But he sent me that, and so yeah, that's just going to stay up there and go anywhere I go for the rest of my life. So yeah, so that's the story behind the Federko jersey, because Bernie Federko was kind of a hero of mine as a kid, and yeah, it was really cool to get to see Bernie Federko play with him. Ask Bob, thank you so much. Will the family of the injured elderly man run over by Rafferty in her town car has filed a lawsuit? They seek a jury trial, and the medical costs alone are $250,000. Yet the Canton Select Board renewed her contract last night. Unreal, right? And they wouldn't even hear the townspeople about it. So that's fascinating. Wow. I hope he wins, man. I hope he wins. I can't believe that Chief Rafferty ran this dude over, and then she kept it under wraps. And guess who had to uncover it and expose it? Guess who did? Watch Rat for Life. Thank you for sharing your story, Will. Thank you. Thanks for listening. I don't have anything better to talk about right now. We're just killing time here, hoping for a verdict. So I'm just enjoying you guys hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Mike D, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Mike D became a new member. Welcome to Logic. I do hate GoFundMe's. But also in the description, you can donate to Karen Reed's Defense Fund. That link is there. That's not a GoFundMe though, but it's legit. It's legit, and it goes directly to her defense fund. So that link is in the description, and Cherry will most likely share it in chat as well. So I would absolutely encourage anyone to donate to that, because this is expensive. Every minute that goes by right now, Karen is being charged for by Jackson and Yannetti and Little. Like a defense team like that costs money. It's not cheap. A good defense costs money. It's not cheap. So if you feel like you want to help with that, there is an option to do that. I've got an idea on that because I went to Dedham and I went to Canton, and everyone there was amazing. They were so hospitable towards me. It was just amazing. It was really overwhelming. I really didn't even know how to handle it. But no, I have an idea only because I went there and it was just, that's how everyone was. And it was really, really awesome. Just Joe, thank you. Missed everyone's take on jury questions. Can you give me your opinions? Yeah. So basically they wanted the CERT team report, and there is no report. So, and Turtle Boy and I are in agreement in the sense that, I mean, this is, if there is no CERT team report and they're asking for it, that this is a pretty clear sign that they're doubting the findings by the CERT team. So that right there is doubt. And you cannot reach a guilty verdict when you have doubt, because in order to reach a guilty verdict, it has to be that you believe this person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And if there is reasonable doubt, and there's plenty of reasonable doubt, there's nothing but reasonable doubt in this case, then yeah. So Neil Murph, thank you for that, for becoming a new member. And then there's my man Caleb. Good to see you, buddy. Even if jurors see evidence pointing to Karen Reed's guilt, there's so much doubt from cops doing shady shit and lying. Right. Totally. Right. Exactly. So I hope that answers your question about the juror question. The jury question was very telling in the sense that, like, they're asking for evidence in order to reach a conclusion. And since that evidence doesn't exist, at least on that we know that that's going to influence their decision. And it's not going to influence it towards a guilty verdict. That's for sure. The jury question was, could they have a copy of the CERT team report? But lo and behold, the CERT team report does not exist. Miss Shorty became a new member. Thank you so much. Welcome to Logic. That's a really good question. I wish I could answer that with certainty. I have to just speculate. I have to think out loud on this one. So you're saying, can the FBI do something to Proctor and Friends? So I know that the FBI is investigating Michael Morrissey's office. Now, this raises some questions, and I'm really glad you asked this, because Michael Proctor is currently under internal affairs investigation by the Massachusetts State Police. But there's a problem with that, because I don't have a lot of faith in the Massachusetts State Police at this point, considering what happened. Now, we knew that he was under internal affairs investigation by the Massachusetts State Police, by the entity that he works under. We knew that prior to trial. Now, during trial, during his testimony, it turned out that he is being investigated by internal affairs, probably for his misconduct. And the evidence in that misconduct is a text thread between him, but his superiors. But his superiors are not under investigation. They're not under internal affairs investigation. So it seems like he's going to be a fall guy. And so I wonder if that's not going to be enough, if that will fall under federal, if there's a way for that to fall under federal jurisdiction. Now, the quick answer is no, right? But the thing is if it falls under the state attorney's jurisdiction to investigate District Attorney Morrissey's office, and Proctor and Tully and Buchanan identified themselves as agents for the district attorney's office as well, because they did label themselves this. I wonder if they fall under if under that detail, they fall under the federal jurisdiction. I'm hoping so. Because I don't think that the Massachusetts State Police can absolutely protect them. So I mean, there's clear corruption that took place here. If this can be proven, then there has to be charges that are brought up on Michael Proctor. He should be fired. The fact that he's still on active duty right now, and the public knows what we know. The governor of Massachusetts even commented and said how disgusted she was with his behavior, and yet the Massachusetts State Police have not taken any action. They have not taken him off of active duty. At the very least, he should be suspended and taken off of active duty. At the very least, but he's not. He's still out there investigating crimes, murders. He's still an investigator assigned to the Brian Walsh case, which is very disturbing, because I believe that dude is 150% guilty. And if that dude walks because of Proctor's integrity, that's going to suck, because this guy is a murderer. Bride of Frankentruck, thank you so much. I love the title. I love the handle. I bounce around watching this trial. You're the only one live the whole day. You a champion today. Motherfucker, I'm a champion every day. I'm always live consistently throughout this trial. But I appreciate you. Thank you, Bride of Frankentruck. Yeah, see, that's an example of how dangerous it is that Michael Proctor is on active duty right now. That is why what he did was so disgusting. It doesn't just affect Karen Reed. It doesn't just affect Karen Reed. His actions could affect any other case. His actions, the way that he handled Karen Reed's case, is how it could absolutely affect any other case that he's working. I mean, if his credibility is shot as an investigator, that could be used by Brian Walsh's defense. Brian Walsh could walk. That's a very, very, very dangerous proposition. That is a scary thought. Okay. Thank you, Liz Reed. I appreciate it. Liz Reed is Karen Reed's sister, and she is letting us know that her brother, Nathan, has just told her that everybody is okay and just waiting patiently. Right, exactly. Like, think about that. There's possible, like, the potential of the danger of Michael Proctor being an active investigator stems as far as, I mean, innocent people being in prison and guilty people walking free. That is that in a nutshell is the danger of Michael Proctor being on active duty. that there is a risk of innocent people. There's the chances are that there are innocent people in prison because of him and because of Michael Morrissey's office. And there are guilty people walking free. That's insanely scary. Christopher Kelly, thank you. Lally likes to sniff farts. Yeah, he's still on active duty. Yes. He's still on active duty. He's still working cases. It's insane. It's insane. Like after the whole world saw his testimony and heard those text messages between him and his superiors, he's still on active duty. That is that right there should give you an indication of the corruption in that county. And in the state of Massachusetts, because he works for the Massachusetts State Police. Shelley Hall, thank you for becoming a member, or for being a member. Maybe they're waiting on 227 to send a message. I don't think it's going to be that dramatic. I don't think that dramatics are on the jury's mind. I would see that as an act of as an indication of a lack of professionalism on their part. So I'm hoping that they don't do that realistically. But because it's just going to give the trolls more fuel. Like, look at this jury. This jury was clearly tainted. This jury was clearly interfered with. I mean, the 227, they did that. I mean, is there anything more unprofessional? They want to talk about Proctor being unprofessional, and they want to talk about Lally being unprofessional, and Michael Morrissey, renowned district attorney of Norfolk County, and then the jury goes and does something like this. Shame on Turtle Boy. Wait, what? What? Turtle Boy? What? I can just hear it now. Miss Shorty, thank you. Not only live all day, but consistently engaging in delightful content all day. Your foster child story sealed the deal for me joining. You're amazing. Oh, thanks, Miss Shorty. Do you see the glarer? He's sad fishing. Nobody gives a shit that you were a foster kid, you sad fishing pussy. Stop it, Sherry. Not even gonna highlight that. Yeah, I mean, I haven't picked on him. Like, he's after that happened, after I did that parody live, that members only parody live, he's kept quiet about the case. He hasn't chimed in on it. That's enough for me. I don't need to fucking pick on the guy, and just keep doing shit. If you don't know what the fuck, the whole point is, like, if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, then don't talk about it. Like, he had Twattendoffer on as a guest and acted like he had the answers, and that was it. That was good enough for him. So yeah. That's actually a good theory right there. It's not an unrealistic theory, at least. He's still on active duty, possibly because he knows too much and they don't want him to speak out. I mean, if they fire him, he doesn't have anything to lose. You know what I mean? He's going to be more likely to spill the beans, throw somebody else under the bus. Sammy Joyce, thank you. But the Hawk Tua girl got fired from the job. What is the Hawk Tua thing? I'm as Cherry calls me a boomer. So I'm not, I know that it's something that went viral, but I never actually saw it. I don't even know what the fuck the hype is about. I have no idea. Should I just Google it? Or just get Cherry to find it for me? I mean, I've never seen it, so I'll do a reaction to it, just to kill time. But everyone's in on the joke except me. Ask Bob became a member. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Welcome to the Troll Zone. I mean, I get Hawk Tua is yeah. You're right. I get that. I'm saying I don't know what the fucking everybody's just talking about it. Don R, thank you. What's the next big case that you're following? Will you cover the Courtney Clenny trial? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that case. What I will do though, now I know if it ever finally goes to trial, I will cover the Sarah Boone trial. I've been following that. The suitcase murder. I am dying to watch that trial because she is wacky, man. So I've been I've been very, very opinionated about this person. But we're also going to and again, I'm absolutely invested in what's going on in Massachusetts. I'm totally invested in what's going on in Massachusetts. So I'm since there seems to be a rejuvenation of attention on Sandra Birchmore, I want to push that snowball and be part of that growing because the framing of Karen Reed and exonerating her from this framing is just the tip of the iceberg, because that doesn't get justice for John O'Keefe. It's merely the first step to get him justice. So I'd like to see the McAlberts indicted. I'd like to see Michael Morrissey indicted. So what we want ultimately is justice for John O'Keefe, but also justice for Sandra Birchmore. And there's a couple of other people too. So there's a couple of other cases that need attention as well. That seem to be victims of Michael Morrissey's dictatorship that he's got going on there. Weaponizing the police for his own benefit. and it's pretty disgusting. Yeah, Cherry, I know. I chatted with Mizzy on Twitter, and once this case is over, we plan on doing something together. I'm hoping to build a rapport with her, and work together with her quite a bit, because she has been absolutely just relentless when it comes to exposing the truth. When it comes to Sandra Birchmore, she has been instrumental in that, like incredible. The loudest voice about Sandra Birchmore easily. Now, so I look forward to working closely with her to get to the bottom of this, and bringing the attention to it that it requires. Excellent. Good, Cherry. That's great. That's excellent. So, okay, they're not back from court yet, but no updates on Summer Wells. I have made the recent decision. I mean, if there are any updates on Summer Wells, I'll absolutely talk about it. Any updates on any missing people that I've ever talked about and covered, but I have become so disappointed consistently, and so disheartened, and so disgusted with the YouTube community when it comes to missing people. And I mean fucking everybody, dude. You know, it's I just can't do it anymore. I don't think that I'm going to discuss. I mean, at most I'll share pictures and put the information out there and be like, here it is. But I'm not going to do live stream after live stream, and I'm not going to discuss it with other creators, and I'm not going to collaborate with other creators on missing people. I'm just not doing it because it's become incredibly toxic. It has become, and that sounds crazy, right? You're sitting there listening and going, how can you not want to help with a missing person? Well, follow any missing persons case on YouTube. And you tell me if it's not, if it's bringing more awareness to the case, more than if it's bringing awareness to the case more than perpetuating drama and toxicity. If you can honestly say that it's bringing more awareness to the case, then okay. But there's an overwhelming amount of toxicity that comes with missing persons cases on YouTube. And I don't want to be part of that community anymore. I don't want to have anything to do with the creators that do that anymore. The only person that has any of my respect as far as that goes anymore is Burden of Proof, who was just in here. And the thing is she doesn't engage in any of the toxicity and any of the drama. And she's an incredibly informative creator, very, very thorough. And she gets maybe 30 people in her live streams, which is insane. It makes no sense. But it's because people want the drama. Because people don't actually, the people who are involved in this YouTube community, the majority of them, I should say, and this is fair to say, the majority of them, and I think Tawanda can even testify to this, is the majority of people aren't interested in finding this missing person. They're more interested in pointing fingers and solving the whodunit, even when there is no done it to solve and figure out who. When there's no done it, because we don't even know if a crime took place. The person is just missing. They vanished. We don't even know. We have no idea what happened to them, right? So instead of focusing the energy on this person is probably out there scared. They don't focus on that. They go, oh, well, what about the mom? What about the dad? What about the stepdad? That person looks shady to me. That person looks shady to me. Did you hear how they switched their answer from this to this? And everything is just pointing fingers at loved ones that they have no evidence had anything to do with their child's disappearance. They have no evidence of this. And here they are destroying their names without any evidence to back it up. Destroying their names with no evidence to back it up. And so now these poor people have to deal with harassment on top of the grief that they're having to deal with every day of having no idea what happened to their loved one. It's not covering missing people. It's playing the blame game against people that they have no evidence towards, who are probably grieving in a manner in which that I wish nobody will ever have to go through in their entire life. And I refuse to be a part of that anymore. I fucking won't do it. I just won't. It makes me sick to my stomach. And I naively just pushed it and pushed it and pushed it, like trying to set the example of doing it the right way. I tried. It doesn't matter. People want what they want. People would rather point fingers than actually find a missing child. Yes, I'm talking to the trauma community. I'm talking to you. You all are shit. You're shit. You're shit people. Every single one of you. Shit people. Because you're not creating awareness, and you're telling yourselves, we're creating awareness, we're creating awareness. No, you're not. You're spreading rumors and perpetuating rumors about loved ones of a missing child with no evidence. Making false accusations towards people who are going through one of the worst things that I could possibly imagine somebody going through. Fuck you. I won't have any part of it. Tanya, thank you so much. Hi, I'm watching from Fall River. Just wanted to say I like my Fall River accent, Proctor. Good for you. Right on. Thank you, Tanya. Yeah, no, it's to the point where Court TV does the shit. You know, you got Vinnie Politan on his fucking channel sitting there and I don't know, this Chris Proudfoot guy, I got questions about him. Fuck you, shut up. How about the kid? What happened to the kid? You know, he's an autistic kid who's out there alone potentially, right? It's so annoying. I have no patience for that shit anymore. Sammy Joyce, thank you. I want to see your live reaction to Hawk Tua video. I want to too. I don't even know what video it is. I don't even know where to find it. I don't even know what to do with it. I mean, this Sebastian Rogers case is the most depressing thing. I battle depression every fucking day. I struggle with severe depression every day. And I say I struggle with it. I don't suffer from it. I have it under control. I have productive ways of managing it. So I'm not trying to say like feel sorry for me or nothing like that. It's just something that I deal with. It's something that many of us here deal with. But I'll tell you, when it comes to managing my depression, engaging in that community doesn't help it. It does not make the management of my depression go any easier. So I have to look out for my own fucking mental health, because that shit is depressing as fuck. When I see large platforms jumping on a bandwagon to point fingers at people without any evidence, it bums me the fuck out. When I see Vinnie Politan perpetuating this shit, when I see fucking what's his name? Oh my God. I unsubscribed from him. Pascal, the Pascal show, when I see him jumping all over this and doing the same thing and perpetuating the same thing, it fucking bums me out. It literally bums me out. It makes me fucking depressed. It makes me sad. And I can't. I like my mental health can't fucking deal with it anymore. I can't. So I just refuse. I just fucking refuse. I'm not so naive anymore. You know, I am not too naive at this point to just simply separate myself from it and realize that I'm not making a difference in changing the way that people think. I won't, you know. You people want to fucking think what you want, man. You're happier pointing fingers rather than actually finding a child. Nobody wants to take into consideration the simple fucking reality that when you point fingers at somebody for committing a crime that you have no idea even took place, then what you're doing is you are implying something. And what you're implying is that that person, that missing person, is no longer with us. So what that does inadvertently, it makes people keep their eyes closed. They're looking the wrong way. They're looking at the parents and pointing fingers instead of saying, I need to keep my eyes open in case I see this person. In case I happen to be in the greater Nashville area where Sebastian Rogers went missing, instead of keeping my eye out for him and hoping that I can find a kid who's scared with autism, instead of keeping my eye out for him, I'm already assuming that he's dead. The reason why I could say that I'm already assuming that he's dead is because I'm pointing fingers at his loved ones and trying to figure out who killed him. If you're looking and you're pointing fingers at somebody thinking that they killed somebody, well, then how are you looking for a missing person who's already dead? How could you be looking out for them if you think that they're dead? How can you not think that they're dead if you think that somebody fucking killed them? That is extraordinarily dangerous for that missing person because nobody's looking for them. They're too busy pointing fingers at somebody. And I won't have anything to do with it anymore. I won't. I can't do it. I can't, you know, it's like trying to push the rain back up into the sky. It's futile. I won't do that anymore. I will not sit here and try to push the rain back up into the sky. Instead, you know what? I got a fucking umbrella. Now I got an umbrella. That's all I'm doing. Just keeping myself fucking dry. Fuck that. I am not interested in gaining an audience who wants to point fingers at people without any evidence. I refuse to do that. And Caleb knows this. Caleb has been with my channel for a long time and knows that I have consistently and always felt this way. This is not some new thing. It's new that I have decided that I'm no longer going to cover missing people. That's new. I've never publicly said that until now, but I'm done with that shit. I can't sit here and I mean, it's never about sharing the information about the missing kid anymore. It's about calling out other creators who are spinning a narrative that takes away from the attention of trying to find the missing person. I just won't. I can't do it. Yeah, true crime, man, is fucking awful. It is a genre now. It's a genre. Action, drama, comedy, true crime. It's practically fiction now. People have absolutely, in general, forgotten that real people are affected by these cases. Whereas the fact that real people are affected by these cases awards us with an opportunity to help them. And yet this takes a backseat to being to the ego's need to fucking solve the crime and be the super sleuth behind a fucking computer and solve the crime when you're not fucking qualified to do that. There are professionals already assigned to that. What you should be doing is simply sharing the information. But you share the information. You share the information and you let law enforcement do their job. You let the professionals who are trained and qualified to find these missing people do their job, to solve murders. You let them do their job. Sit here and act like you're fucking some. Oh, well, statistically, I'm so sick of the fucking statistic fucking excuse. Statistically, it's usually the person closest to the victim. You don't even know that that person's a victim. Is there foul play? Is there evidence of foul play? You don't even know that that person's a victim. A victim of circumstance, sure. They have just walked off. They could have just decided to fuck off because they didn't like their life. That's a possibility. I still have the court pulled up here in the background, so we're here until they call it a day, man. And that'll be 4. That'll be less than an hour and a half from now. Oh, I always get fired up when it comes to this. I'm so sick of hearing myself say these things that many of you are hearing me say for the first time. Um, you know, but I'm so sick of hearing myself say this because I've been saying this consistently for 5 fucking years. 5 years. I've been saying this shit over and over and over and over and over and over again. I'm sick of hearing myself say it. That's why I've come to this decision. I'm just not going to cover missing people anymore. Sick of hearing myself say these things. Right. And it does absolutely nothing to find the missing person. It does nothing productive in finding a missing person. All right. Let me see something here. Okay. Okay, so this is the original video, apparently. It says Hawk to a Girl original video, so I don't even know if I'm looking at the right one.
What's one move in the bedroom that makes a man go crazy?
Back shot. Any.
It
happened anytime.
You just got it like that. Whatever move you got.
Back, front,
side to side. It don't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You holler.
Doesn't
You
matter.
got it like that though.
It doesn't matter.
Don't do that.
You gonna make me act up.
Get y'all friend, man. What's I don't know.
Make me.
Doesn't matter.
It don't matter.
Doesn't matter.
You holler.
Doesn't
You
matter.
got it like that though.
It doesn't matter.
Don't do that.
You gonna make me act up.
Get y'all friend, man. What's I don't know.
Well, why don't you send me the right one?
Me?
If you know
want me
which
to
one
stop?
it is.
Okay. You gotta stop.
Managing moderator.
Just want to inside of her mouth.
It don't matter what move I do, you're gonna go crazy anyway. So
Tell him.
give me the mic.
Oh yeah. I got a question for you. What's one move in the bedroom that'll make a man go crazy?
So what I do is when I sit on the and I spin around with it still inside.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying?
Like a Beyblade?
I'm a split on the spin around with the still inside. So I'm gonna start facing you, riding your, and then I'm gonna spin around like this, and I'm like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Milwaukee. That's what we do there.
That dude
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
He's got the same look on his face that I got right now. Like, no.
From Milwaukee. That's what we do there.
That's what you do in
What's
Milwaukee.
one move in the bedroom that make a guy go crazy?
You know, like, see, my bed against the wall. So when you sit against the wall, right, and I bounce on it, yeah. You sit right there and I'm bouncing on it. That's gonna make him go crazy, you know. And don't get up when you finish.
Oh, you having that kid? It don't matter.
Show it
Like a tweet. That's wild. Hey, what's your type?
Dreadheads.
Dreadheads. You like when they shake their dress in your face?
Yeah.
You like sexy red? Shake your dreads.
Shake your dreads. Shake your dreads.
Oh, okay. What's your type?
Well, I don't have a type, but I've never seen a white before. So that might tell you something.
So you like them strong?
I like a black.
My fault.
That's how you put a condom on.
Wow, man. That's not how you put a condom on.
What's your type though?
I do like Jack Harlow's my type, like white guys who are like cultured.
Okay, so like, a little tempeh, little
Yeah. Like they hang out with all you, but
okay.
What makes you wifey material?
shit.
Nothing makes her wifey.
I can't cook. I do have a cat. She's really cute.
Okay. What makes you wifey material?
What doesn't make me wifey material is the thing.
You cook, you clean.
I do all of the above. I'm clean. I have my own job. I have my own house. I'm on everything.
What's your type?
What's my type? A good person.
What?
Taller than me.
Fuck was that?
Yeah, taller than me. Like I work out a decent amount. Like have kind of similar interests. Have a personality.
Okay, what would you rate me 1 to 10?
Probably like an 8.
Out of 8? Is an 8 good enough to get your number?
Oh my God. Okay. That's about as much of that as I can take. All right, here we go. Here's the shorter version. Here's the shorter version. Here we go. You don't have to sit through all of that bullshit. Here we go.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that huck too and spit on that thing. You get me?
Say what?
I mean, that went viral. I don't understand the hype. I'm trying to figure out the hype. Hot too. I mean, call me crazy, but that's standard. You know what I mean? Like, that's not spit on it. Like, supposed to. Um, common knowledge. I don't understand what the hype is behind that. I don't get that. Tom Weber, thank you so much. Will, I have enjoyed listening to you for the last 10 weeks. Great work keeping us all entertained while we screamed at Lally through our computer screens. Best channel on YouTube. Free Karen Reed, not guilty. I agree. Thank you so much. Well, Free Karen Reed, not guilty. I don't know if I'm the best channel on YouTube. I don't know about all that. YouTube's a big place, but I'm glad that I'm your favorite. That means the whole world to me. Thank you. I mean, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't. What was Terry's response to that? Let me see that. Yeah, because people are vanilla as fuck. Like, that's not. Yeah, I don't understand the. Oh my god, Tui. Like, if you react to that, in a surprising or whatever manner, anybody who feels like the Hawk Tui girl is some sort of shocking thing, I yeah, we're not even getting past the sniffing butt stage. That's not even gonna happen. Like, I'm not even gonna waste my fucking time if I'm being totally honest. That's just not even close. Like, I if I even sense that I have to teach you something, listen, I'm too old for that shit, man. You better know what you're doing right off the gate. I am not. Yeah, that is not even a. I am not interested in training. I am too old, too impatient for that shit these days. You better know what you're doing right off the gate. Oh, I love this. Karen will immediately be handcuffed before 4:30 p.m. today. The verdict is coming shortly. Oh my god.
Get the fuck out!
Yeah, you're fucking retarded. Shut up. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Right. Straight up. Yeah, you're getting Ubered right the fuck out of my bedroom. Use your own phone for that shit, by the way, too. You're not using my Uber account. Fuck out of here. No, they would come back. Like, court, the thing is when the jury's deliberating, court is in session. You know what I mean? So Bev has to still come back and say that court is no longer in session. You know what I mean? And I have that pulled up in the background. So I'll hear it if that happens. So we're just waiting on, we're still waiting. Yeah, no, Plevin's not even like, he's just got this shit streaming, but not in any way, shape, or form entertaining his listeners. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, man. It's like, dude, when I hear shit like in this case, man, like when I hear I didn't want to read those text. I didn't want to hear those text messages between Karen Reed. Like it's just such a violation of her privacy for the whole world to hear how she reacts. Like right now, like this is what really bothers me. I just don't share the same interest that most people have in these true crime cases because people are just so interested in people's personal shit and they want to judge them. Everybody wants to like have somebody to compare their lives to so they could say that they have a better life than them. You know, they love to have opinions on someone else's shortcomings, you know, and they love to know other people's shortcomings so that they have something to compare their shit to and they get to feel better about themselves. And if you need that to feel better about yourself, you're a pathetic fuck. Seriously. Like what's really getting me right now, like there's a creator right now named Stephanie Harlow, right? Stephanie Harlow is a very successful true crime creator and a very talented true crime creator. I have no interest in her personal life. I have no interest in what goes on in her personal life. I think I like the fact that she will go on. She'll have her little intro where she takes her mug and she makes her coffee and she's got her thick Coke bottle glasses and she sits there and she'll go over and she'll tell her story and tell the story of whatever crime she's covering, and it's very thorough. It's delivered very clearly. I like that, and from the beginning of that to the end of that is all I'm interested in. Once she turns that fucking camera off, I could give a fuck what is going on with Stephanie Harlow. I could give a fuck. I don't care. And I think you're fucking weird if you do. Anybody. Like, I think you're fucking weird if you give a shit beyond what Stephanie Harlow delivers on fucking YouTube. I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with what her channel is and what it does. So, you know, and people, they have all these opinions, you know, about, you know, who's making the money in the between her, because apparently what happened was her boyfriend or her husband, excuse me, her husband, they're getting a divorce and he's recording them arguing about money. Right? And she's saying what she's saying and he's saying it. And I'm sitting here going, did she commit a crime? Did he commit a crime? Is there a crime? You know, it's not like somebody's being exposed for assault or sexual assault or anything like that. These people are arguing about fucking money. It is a couple going through a divorce and they're fighting about money. If you take an interest in that shit and you have to know who's right and who's wrong in that situation, you're a pathetic fuck. That is pathetic. You can't think of something else to take an interest in? Something more rewarding? You find that to be rewarding? Personal shit? Like, what about if that's your shit? You want that shit aired out all over the goddamn internet? The possibly regrettable things that you might say to your significant other who you are splitting up with. You might say things that you regret. You might say things that you normally wouldn't say because you're angry. And you want the whole world judging you based on you saying something because you're angry in the privacy of your own fucking home? Between you and your significant other? The parent, the other parent of your child? That's you want this discussed in the public? Like, that's just a shitty fucking thing to I mean, how do you not feel gross after listening to that? How do you not feel gross after hearing people's personal fucking argument about money? Did you see how private I am about that shit? Like, I don't. The people who donate to me through Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, the people who donate to me, like, they probably don't care that I say their names, or I say their full names, and they probably don't care that I say how much it is. But I mean, the super chats are what they are. You could see them right there in the chat. That is what it is. It comes with the territory. If you don't, but I assume, I make the assumption that if people are donating to me behind the scenes in private, when they have the option of super chat, I assume that one of the reasons is possibly that they want to donate anonymously to some degree, right? They don't need the world to know how much they're donating. So I don't feel the need to sit here and go, oh my God, you know? Now, some might be saying, well, Turtle Boy does that, but Turtle Boy does that because he doesn't have the super chat option. People donate knowing that Turtle Boy is going to do that. People donate knowing that they're going to get the shout out and that he's going to, you know, so it's not comparable. So anybody who tries to fucking say that I'm trash talking him for doing that, you're wrong. What I'm saying is, since you don't have the option with Turtle Boy, then that's probably why he does it. Because you're expecting that shout out. When you donate to Turtle Boy, you're expecting that shout out. It's not the same when it comes to me, because you have the option to donate publicly. But since you're donating behind the scenes, I just give you that benefit of the doubt that you may want to stay private. You may want that amount to be private. I don't tell people how much money I make because it's nobody's fucking business. And some of these people probably don't want the whole world to know how much they donated to me. And sometimes I will actually get notes attached, like, please keep this anonymous. I don't need everybody to know how generous I am. It happens more often than you think. You know? So I just respect that because I respect people's privacy. You know what I mean? The possibility of like, so how am I going to have that attitude and then I'm going to fucking decide that it's okay simply because everybody else is talking about it? Well, let's talk about how much money Stephanie Harlow and her husband are fighting over. Like, I don't care about that. Like, I think it's weird that anybody takes an interest in it. I think it's weird that anybody fucking, like, anybody who's judging them, well, I'm judging you. I'm judging you because everybody has their personal shit that goes on behind closed doors. Everybody does. Everybody here is the master of their own universe. Every single person in this chat, every single person watching is the master of their own entire universe. There is all kinds of privacy to be considered. Like, why in the fuck would you be interested? Like, I don't want you to be interested in my personal life, and I don't want you to be interested in my past, even though I may be very candid about it. I don't want that to be the focus on me. I don't want followers and subscribers that have that interest in me. I only want you to be interested in the content. I only want you to be interested in who I am when I turn on this camera and until I turn it off. That's an ideal existence for me on YouTube. You know, like, and all of you have your privacy. I'm not interested in finding out who you are. I'm never interested in finding, you'll never catch me doxing somebody. Never, ever, ever. I don't understand that. Oh my God, I can't believe this person said this. I need to find out who they are, where they work, and who their coworkers are, and I need to contact their boss, and blah, 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 blah. I cannot relate to you. I can't. I can't do it. Just because you said something I don't like, because we disagree on something, I cannot relate. We're not even on the same fucking wavelength. Yeah, I mean, it's just and nobody wants to admit that they're even like this too. Like if you confront someone individually about this, like, dude, you just did that. They're gonna be like, no, and they'll have some fucking lame excuse to justify wanting to be all up in somebody's shit. You know what I mean? Like, it always happens. It always fucking happens. All right, we got less than an hour before they call it a day. Will, my mama just passed and she absolutely loved your channel. She thought you were so funny. So I'm definitely watching your channel from now on. Wow. I'm sorry to hear about your mom. It's terrible. But it's a very sweet sentiment. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that something positive came out of it. Yeah, let's check Turtle Boy's tweets. Let's see. We'll check everybody's tweets. We'll check Ted Daniel. We'll check everybody, man. So Sleuthy just posted something, said, do we think that this is the real Jennifer McCabe? Says, I received multiple calls from relatives. I don't know whose chat this is, but it says, I received multiple calls from relatives and friends of the jurors informing me that the jury has reached a guilty verdict and is now just having lunch. We finally have justice for our friend John. Yeah, that's a crock of shit. And I don't think that Sleuthy believes that that's the real Jen. I don't think that that's the case. Yeah, the last entry from Ted Daniel was 2 hours ago. Court briefly resumes to approve updated verdict slip. So Turtle Boy posted, keep the faith, not guilty is coming, only a matter of when. There is no way 12 people will vote to convict Karen Reed. Agreed. Worst case scenario, one juror is being difficult. The job of the other jurors is to show them why they must acquit. Consensus will come. I have faith in this. I have faith in this jury, is what he said. And I agree 100% with him on that. And then he also posted, I had the pleasure of meeting Tom Beatty and his daughter Erin today. They were socially ostracized and bullied in town for refusing to lie about the call from Colin Albert at 12:33 a.m. looking for an alibi. They will not back down, and they are here to support Karen Reed. Right on. That's great to hear. That's great to hear. So I'm just gonna some of this stuff is just fucked up. Howie Carr posted breaking. Jurors in Karen Reed trial don't have option to vote not guilty on lesser charges. Jackson rightfully goes ballistic. Auntie Bev wrongfully goes full Norfolk County hack on him. I love Howie Carr, dude. Full Norfolk County hack on him. In the halls of justice, the only justice is in the halls. Yep. Well put. Absolutely well put. Wow, a lot of comments. Man, it's so great of Howie Carr to have been so vocal about this and have Turtle Boy on so regularly because it's really bringing a lot of attention to this case. And then there's Dickhead here. John DePietro. This guy's a fucking idiot. I mean, this guy is just full on stupid. Like he's a special kind of stupid. So his headline here is that Karen Reed goes full meltdown.
Wait, what? Right.
I mean,
All right, you got it.
that's not full meltdown. That's I'm going to lunch and I'm gonna go calm down. That's all that is.
Wait, what?
Like,
Right.
okay, man. Full meltdown. Like, okay, Grant, shut the fuck up. Full meltdown. Breaking news. The CERT report has been located and given to the jury, folks. I have that right here exclusively on the Glarer, only on the Glarer. That's what exclusive means, in case you didn't know. There it is, folks. CERT team, best team ever. Okay, there's the report. There are the notes. There it is. Third team, best team ever. Oh my god. Oh, I fucking love Twitter sometimes, bro. It's just fucking great. That was posted by Paige. Oh, I'm gonna need a nap after this. Okay, yeah, let's listen to this fucking clown right here.
And I sure did when I was a prosecutor. I saw it a lot. But for her, I think the most troubling to me for it all, I get that. I learned in law school. I remember one of my favorite professors was saying, people will lie to protect themselves. You're going to see that in criminal court. Get ready for it. And I sure did when I was a prosecutor. I saw it a lot. But for her, I think the most troubling thing is there is no sadness for her boyfriend's life being gone. She didn't shed one tear for him during that trial. Most troubling to me for it all. I get that.
Okay. 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 Um, Julie Grant. I have to tell you, Julie Grant.
You're a magnificent cunt.
Absolutely. You fucking suck. Uh DK, thank you so much. During this trial, I discovered some incredible peeps on YouTube, and you're one of them. You're smart and witty, and I love your passion. Thank you for your endless work and support for Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Um that I love that stupidity. Like I probably shouldn't even, you know, but the thing is, like, listen, Karen Reed did not cry for John O'Keefe during the trial because she's had 2 years to cry. She doesn't have the luxury of sitting there and crying when she is trying to prove her innocence because she's being falsely accused of killing him. That is not to properly execute defending yourself against an accusation like this perpetrated by an entire county. Then you don't have the luxury of sitting there and crying. You have to be shrewd. You don't have the luxury of being anything but shrewd. You got to be Wolverine, crink, with your claws out, ready to go, bub. That's got to be the way it is. You don't have the luxury of sitting there and crying. The jury doesn't want to see her crying. If they are trying to be convinced of her innocence, they want to see her fighting for her life. And that's exactly what she's doing. Thank you, R2D2. Where's the blood? Didn't Lally push the narrative that the ground under John's body was green grass? This shit is wild. Where's the photos of the scene? I started following only about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, good point. Like, why didn't Lally say, well, wouldn't the blood underneath him be frozen enough to be hard? And he didn't do that. Why? Because there was no blood. There's no blood. Like, the blood could cause ice if it was out there long enough and frozen. It could have hardened enough to crack his head open. Excuse me being graphic here, but we're all adults here. But I mean, that would have been the most plausible theory as far as him hitting the ground like that. Thank you, Susan Costello. Appreciate you. Thank you for keeping it real always. I don't know how to do it anyway else. Danny girl, thank you so much. Had she cried, she would have been accused of garnering sympathy. Exactly. That's it. Right. The same way these same very people, these Julie Grants assholes of the world, the same way that they do it, they Karen Reed can't win. They sat there and they tried to say, well, her being frantic and in a panic when she found John was all an act. It was all a ruse to seem like she was concerned. That's what they love to say. But I mean, what do you want? You know what I mean? Like either she's genuine or she's not. Like you don't get to have it both ways. Melissa Scory, thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong. Don't the lawyers tell their clients they should not show any emotion? Right. Normally, yeah. Right. Jen Shepherdson, thank you so much. Thank you for staying on all day and keeping us occupied and entertained. Much appreciated. Thanks for sticking with me, man. Thank you. It really means a lot to me that you guys are here hanging out. I'm really grateful for you guys. Hold on, let's keep looking at And I haven't watched Andrea Burkhart much. I feel like I need to more. Let's hear what she has to say.
And through that, we can validate each other and recognize, no, we're not crazy. No, we're not bad people.
Oh, I love this.
No, we're not hurting anybody by looking for the truth.
Right.
That's not what's going on here. And it's okay to not be gaslit. It's okay to not be manipulated, to just refuse. Say, no, I'm not going to let people guilt me into not talking about a case or not giving my sincere opinion. I'm not going to let people try to intimidate me into not having a sincere opinion about what I see. When all of us have our eyes on this and we're all seeing the same thing, yeah, that's very validating. It's very validating. And the counterpoint to that may give you some insight into why people who aren't seeing it that way are using the techniques that they're using. Because they aren't validated. And when you're not validated, what happens? You get angry. You lash out. You have all this cognitive dissonance going on where you have to come up with increasingly bizarre explanations.
This is amazing.
To defend your worldview and your interpretation.
This is what I've been saying. She's just way better at explaining it. She's just way better at explaining it. Yeah, I definitely need to watch her more often. That's great. I think she's great. Fantastic. Very, very validating. Very reassuring as well. There's nothing happening in court right now. Calm down. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to find something we haven't gone over yet. Yeah, just a lot of posts about what happened in court earlier. The fireworks between Alan Jackson and Beverly Cannoni. Huh. Huh. This is interesting. So this post here is saying, why did they need to hold Higgins back at the waterfall? He was not happy right here before he started waving to John to go outside. His rocking back and forth. Remember Jackson talking about him waving to John to go outside? Wiping sweat off his face and Chris Albert grabbing his arm does not look good. Check this out. Okay, so Chris is holding him back. Look at that right there. And he's pointing at somebody in a very aggressive manner, and he's saying, get your hands off me. And he's saying, come on, let's go outside. Huh. Yeah, that doesn't look like they're having a nice time. Yeah, that doesn't look like they're having a nice time at all. Court is not back yet. Calm down. At least not what I got pulled up. Okay, they're going back into court, but court hasn't started yet. So all right. So Turtle Boy tweeted that they're going back into court, that they were called back into court. So this is 30 minutes left. So were they called back into court? Was the jury called back into court? Did the jury go back into court? Let's see. Oh no, they called us back into court. No word what this is about. One juror had to leave at 4. Odds are this isn't a verdict. Right. Okay. There you go. Okay. So let's have that ready. And this is live. We're just waiting. Adventurous Wirtz, thank you. Why was Jen so adamant about Karen going with her? Was something planned for her too? Possibly. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't put anything past these fucking shady assholes, the McAlberts. I wouldn't put anything past them. These are dirty fucking people, dude. Like, I am 100% convinced that these people are fucking really bad people. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like there's going to be a verdict today. I mean, people, again, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my God, this is taking way too long. I'm not there yet. Like, I was hoping it would be a quick verdict, but again, this is still within the window. The time that this is taking is still within the window for me of feeling comfortable that they are reviewing the evidence properly and reaching a sound conclusion, and that is going to take some time. So we're still within that window of time for me. I'm not feeling yet like, holy shit, this is taking way too long for me to worry. I'm not there yet. Would I like to get this not guilty verdict immediately? Would I like to get that? Absolutely, sure. But at the same time, I'm going to feel better about a not guilty verdict if it takes a certain fair amount of time. Now, if this rolls over into next week, I'll probably start to worry a little.
his name is John C.
You guys still up? DG Maffey. Remember, people, the jury has a lot more evidence than was shown in court. That is why it may take longer than hoped. Deep breath. No, don't panic. Thank you. Appreciate it. Danny Girl, thank you so much. Maybe hedge. Sorry, I'm still laughing at fucking jump scaring all of you. Maybe head injury caused by Higgins' snowplow on Jeep that was parked out front. I mean, possibly. Yeah, I mean, it's not like they ever tested Higgins' Jeep. They never even questioned him. Higgins was never even interviewed. Like, that's amazing. All right, here we go. Yeah, Higgins wasn't even interviewed. So, I mean, they never even tested his they didn't test the plow on his truck, so he was never even interviewed. Dude, man, again with the fucking swinger shit, dude. Like, I'm not even gonna get into that. Just I'm too fucking tired. Should tell Caesar, thank you. I'm old, Will. That's not nice. Fair enough, but I mean, it's gonna happen. Sorry. That's what I'm saying, man. Who gives a fuck? Like, what is what anybody puts in their fucking mouth have anything to do with this goddamn case? What does anybody's fucking marital habits have anything to do with this fucking case? It has nothing to do with anything as far as the details of this case go. Yeah, and then Higgins yelled at Proctor back at the Canton police station. So a lot of noise in that courtroom right now. Like, I can hear it through the mute. Like, it was funny. I had somebody in my chat that was just adamant that John and Karen were swingers, and I was just like, dude, do you know how fucking stupid you sound, man? Just like, there's a live I did a couple weeks ago, and somebody was just adamant about it. Like, dude, I'm telling you. Like, no, dude, you're fucking stupid. Stop it. Oh, LTL is saying that the verdict is in? Really? Oh, shit. LTL better be right for his sake. I sure hope he is. I mean, if the juror has to catch a bus at 4, bro, like we're not going to hear that. We're not going to hear that verdict today. They better get to it. Okay, I'm hearing the "you are unmuted" thing. Somebody's typing in a code. Somebody's unmuted. Yeah, people are saying LTL hasn't said anything about it. So, I mean, but multiple people said it in the chat. So, oh, he deleted the tweet. Give him credit, give him credit that he deleted it at least. You know what I mean? Brian, come on, buddy. We love you, buddy. You gotta watch that stuff.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
The jurors have indicated they want to go home, so they're coming over.
Yeah, that's it. Like the jurors are like, we're done. Fuck this. We're gonna go home. They're not shitty jurors. They're put in a shitty situation. This is a sham. The jurors are the people besides Karen that I feel sorry for the most in that courthouse right now. Yeah, I mean that's a safe speculation. I wouldn't say it's a safe assumption, but it's a sound speculation. That it's probably getting heated, and they're just like, you know what, fuck this. We need a fresh start tomorrow. We're supposed to end this at 4. Might as well end it now. I don't doubt that. It sounded like Bev had was feeling a little impatient herself.
You see the court of the session.
All right, jurors, you've been working hard today. I understand you want to go home, so we'll suspend for the day and we'll see you tomorrow morning ready to start right at 9. So please follow those same 3 instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Put the whole case out of your mind until tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All rise for the jury. Jury out.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. We're all set.
All right, please. We'll be in recess.
Goodbye.
Right. Mazza Media, I've been saying, I mean, you just worded it in the most simplest way that I've been trying to explain it this entire time. I mean, in two sentences, this is the best way to explain it. Absolutely 100%. All it is an indication that they are deliberating. This is what juries do. This is how they reach a sound verdict. So yeah, that's it. Now let's do this. See what's going on outside.
No, it's a button. I just go back and forth with it like that.
Make
It
sure
goes
to sub
straight,
to Tom CPU. Give his video a like for me, guys. Here's the
And now when
link.
it doesn't, it's that button in the right hand corner.
Zone 4.
They're coming out now. There's Aiden.
No, PTSD healer. I don't think so. I think they've they're probably not as close as they'd like to be to a decision. And that juror has to go home, so they might as well call it and make sure that that juror gets on that bus by 4. Great. I mean, that's fine. There's Turtle Boy. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Only one. Exactly what we have.
Right? David, how confident are you in the jury? All right, thank you, David.
What did you think about that moment with the judge today? Keep it moving. Step it up.
You can do after the talk.
Yeah, I don't expect to hear any comments from Karen or her team. They gave no comments yesterday.
Say to the fans, guys, good luck. Good luck.
So I'm guessing they've just chosen not to give any comments until the verdict. And right, Iceman, I agree. Like, you know, it's probably better. If they don't. Yeah, I know. Tom's. I mean, I think he should probably start
right now. Or what is it for you? We're not commenting. Nothing at all. Feeling good? All right, media, hold up. Hold up.
I mean, look at that crowd. That is crazy, dude.
Media, hold up right there.
There's a lot of people out there. These folks have created a barrier to protect Karen and Karen's team.
Look at that. Mike Crawford right there.
Yeah. Yep.
There's Brian.
I'll talk to you, my friend.
It's not terrific.
No, we don't know this guy.
There's Brian LTL. Don't get mad at him, man. He
Get the bike
probably,
uniform on.
said about me?
Better looking legs.
I mean, he
Listen, you have a wonderful night, Chief.
probably got a tip from somebody he
Have a
figured
good night, my
was
friend.
reliable,
I'll see ya.
and they
Yep.
were wrong. It happens. It's
Yeah,
not a
Brian.
big deal. He fixed it. He deleted the tweet. It's not that serious.
I've been standing on this lawn.
All right, you ready?
Maris, thank
No,
you
the other
so
way.
much. One report said there was one juror who didn't look at Jackson. Bet that's the problem. One person. Yeah, I don't know.
Step by.
I'm taking
You got him, and he's a good picture. You get the picture.
He's the man.
Gotta have him.
I'm taking every bit of information with a grain of salt.
I don't understand why they keep doing this. This is. Again, we don't get it because we're not like that. Because we don't.
I'm gonna let him go home today. Shit,
Fuck is that? I don't know. I don't. It's a good thing we're not judges, bud.
Yeah.
Really. My battery's at like 11%. All my battery packs are smoke. It's been a hell of a day.
Yeah, man.
I was inside with Mr. Reed, and
Can you imagine right now? Like, right. Can you imagine right now what it's like for someone like Tom who's out there every single day? And I'm talking, I mean, for over a year. Every pretrial hearing, everything that's taken place. And now, as tired as he is at this point, as tired as Rita is, as tired as Scott is, as tired as Dana is, and now at the when we're at the summit here, can you imagine how tired they must be when it's the hardest they have to work after being this tired? Now is when they have to work the hardest in their dedication to what they've been doing because of how crowded it is out there. The bigger the crowd, the more the rumors, the more the chaos. It's tense, man. These guys are working really hard, man, and everybody out there outside of that courthouse deserves all the love and respect that you could possibly give them. Seriously. But I'm going to wrap this up, guys. I appreciate all you guys. Thank you guys, all the new subscribers. I really hope you continue to enjoy the channel. Thank you guys for hitting the like. That means a lot to me if you guys hit the like. Thank you. Please hit the like. Kiki's John, thank you for today. Thank you. I appreciate you. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much. And all the support. You guys have been incredibly generous today. I don't have the words to express my gratitude for how generous you guys have been and just being here and hanging out, you know, because this is the waiting game here, folks. This is the waiting game. And so you guys are just were entertained by me entertaining myself and just, you know, contributing to adding comments and everything like that and just hanging out with me and conversing with me. It means the world to me. Thanks a lot. Mazza, thank you, buddy. Thanks, Will. I had you on all day while I worked, man. That means a lot. Mazza's amazing. Make sure to subscribe to Mazza Media if you're not already. Mazza Media is fantastic. I mean, he is just a fountain of insight. And I enjoy listening to him, and I enjoy talking to him even more. So guys, make sure to subscribe to Mazza Media. Guys, I am going to wrap this up. I love you guys very, very much, folks. And we will definitely do this again very soon, my friends, specifically 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Love you guys.